Making the captain for the Steelbacks. Number 2, 10, and number 30, Leicestershire led on the field by their captain, Becky Brooke. And Lucy Weston will be keeping the field. Also thank our scorers today, Debbie Ford and Charlie Giles. Grade 6 shoots 50 over to the side. The first power play lasted 10 overs.
Good morning and welcome to the Sedge County Grounds. Apologies for our slight tardiness, I think it's called. There's just some technical pieces to work through and make sure that we're ready to go for this morning. We are now. We've got the Steelbacks taking on the Foxes in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Earlier this morning, the Foxes won the toss. They elected to have a bowl first, and Chloe Hill and Amelia Kemp are opening the batting for the Steelbacks. You would have just seen Chloe Hill getting off the mark. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We are here all day at the Cinch County Grounds for this 50-over Metrobank one-day clash between these two Midlands outfits, powerhouses. How are you, Aaron?
Yeah, very good. Good morning to yourself, Dan. Good morning to all of you tuning in to the live stream today. And as is customary here on Steelbacks TV, do let us know whereabouts in the country or indeed around the world you're enjoying the coverage from. But yeah, to answer your question, doing very well and really glad to see the Metrobank One Day Cup back.
Yeah, the fever is rife here in the Steelbacks commentary box. Keep you up to date with as many of the games as we possibly can. We'll, of course, be keeping a very close eye on what's happening in Guildford today as the Steelbacks take on Surrey in the third game of the One Day Cup a bit further south down the country. Good start to the innings and game for the Foxes. 1 for no loss off the first over.
Yeah, very tidy over that, wasn't it, by Emma Thatcher. Has always been a very, very good new ball bowler, whether it's been now in this revamped reiteration of the tiers in county cricket. Prior to that as well, was always an excellent T20 bowler. So a good option for Rebecca Brooker to have up her sleeve today. Just looking at the weather as well today, Dan, as is customary here in the UK. We always tend to do it, don't we? is supposed to be nice. There's a threat of a few showers at around about 10 o'clock, but the rest of the day looks set fair. So should be in for a cracking morning, afternoon, potentially early evening of 50 over cricket here.
Good news. Good news. We had 50 days straight of rain, didn't we, earlier on this year? So why not have 50 plus days straight of glorious sunshine instead? It's going to be Ellie Phillips from the Lim Wilson Centre end with the new ball. Very full to start. Challenging length.
Well, again, similar to Thatcher, Ellie Phillips, a really good new ball bowler. Someone who's had experience with Warwickshire. Spoke to Rebecca Brooker at length last season about those new ball options, and she said when it comes to Ellie and her game, watch out for the in-swinger. It's very potent. Of course, as you can see there as well, keeper stood up to the stumps.
Yeah, you mentioned the in-swinger. I think the only thing that's going to work against Phillips here with this pace is the breeze going across the ground. It's just going to be pushing the ball away, isn't it? So, yes, that natural in-swing, the wrist position that Phillips has, just that drift that's going to be pushing it away from the outside edge of Chloe Hill. And it's pretty breezy out there as well, isn't it? So it will be a factor as this game goes on for those slower bowlers that use that bit of skill and the conditions. Nice shot down the ground for nothing. And an excellent start is doubled down by the Foxes. A maiden for Phillips, 1 for no loss after 2. We do have the first update from Guildford this morning that Surrey have won the toss and they have elected to have a bowl first. One change for the Steelbacks from their defeat down at Canterbury, which is Dom Leach out and Rafi Weatherall returning.
Yeah, set to be a very, very good game, that. Of course, we'll also keep you up to date with all of the action across Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2. All of the counties in action today. Glamorgan taking on Sussex. Middlesex taking on Kent. That game taking place at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury. Derbyshire and Worcestershire are facing off at Denbigh Cricket Club. First shout out of the morning as well, Dan. You know we love to give our shout outs here on Steelbacks TV. Very good morning to Suraj, as always, tuning in from Kettering. Hope you're having a fantastic morning.
Tickled away down the leg side. We'll settle on a very, very cautionary single there to allow Kemp off the mark. Outfield should be very quick. Boundary rope just in, down on the square boundaries. Well, picked up a backward point. Confusion between the pair in the middle. Fielder there at backward point, just Great bit of fielding to stop it in the first place, and then scrambling really to try and find the ball to make use of the poor running between Hill and Kemp. 3 for no loss.
Caitlin Chisel, wasn't it? A backward point. Yeah, do let us know where you're catching the action from. You're supporting the Steelbacks, the Foxes. You're enjoying the game as a neutral. Real pleasure, a privilege to be bringing you all of the action alongside the excellent Dan Jadzovics.
What factors do you think came into play for Leicestershire's decision to win the toss and have a bowl first?
It's a very, very good question. I think for me personally, it does look like a nice surface. I don't think it's one which is going to necessarily deteriorate. As a side as well, they have had a couple of really good chases this season. Think back to the game against Gloucestershire, that immediately springs to mind. Ellen Watson and Caitlin Chisel had a 100-plus run partnership, so almost got that extra degree of confidence when it comes to batting second. So I think that probably would have been the consideration for Brooker today. I think Leicester should do back quite deep and would back themselves in a run chase.
Yeah, it's an excellent surface. It's the same surface that we saw a week ago, just over. So we complete another over where the Steelbacks chased down that 300-plus score against the Bears in the One Day Cup. So we know it's a good surface. We know there's plenty of runs out there to be scored. I wonder whether the return of the 50-over format might have played into the mind of, I think it's always quite nice to have a bowl first, get yourself into the game, get yourself back up to the pace and the speed of 50-over cricket. And the other thing that's always quite tricky, particularly on a surface that you know is going to be good and a quick outfield, is knowing what is a good score to post. That's always going to be a really hard one, isn't it? You'd think that a runner ball out here over 50 overs, slight appeal for LBW with the speed of the outfield, the trueness of the surface. I think a runner ball over 50 overs would be pretty pedestrian, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree. And as we've said already, plenty of batting in both teams today. Of course, this is a good opening combination for Northamptonshire with the experience of Hill, the power of Amelia Kemp.
Short ball. A bit of a drag down, in fact. Pulled away. And it's just stopped on the boundary rope. Hill will complete the second.
Yeah, smart fielding that, wasn't it, from Prisha Tanawalla. Just coming across from deep backward square, cutting it off around about deep mid-wicket. Excellent work just to corral that back away from the rope. But yeah, just even heading into the middle order as well. Of course, Michaela Kirk returning. She's someone who is excellent in the 50-over format. Marriott as well. Excited to see Ava Clive too. I must say, Ava Clive, she's come in on loan from the Warwickshire Academy this season. We've already seen her earlier on in the campaign, a very innovative and enterprising cricketer. Loves the sweeps, the reverses. Quite unconventional in the approach, but incredibly entertaining at the crease. So, yeah, should be a really good game.
Let's hope so. All conditions pointing in the favour of an excellent game of cricket. Very watchful start here for the Steelbacks in the power play. Foxes just permitted those two fielders outside what is 25-yard circle. if you don't necessarily think that you've got that power to go over the top on the offside or back down the ground, can potentially become a little bit easier outside of the opening 10 overs when that field just spreads and those gaps just start appearing in the infield. It's a bit of bottom hand. It'll run away for 4, down to long on. First boundary of the morning goes to Chloe Hill, and it's 10 for no loss.
Well, that'll be a welcome boundary for these two Steelbacks openers. As we've seen prior to this game earlier on in the campaign, they do like to just settle into their groove with a couple of 4s, especially in the opening 5 to 6 overs. So far, Leicestershire have bowled really well. It's been a very disciplined start with the ball from both Thatcher and Phillips. But these two, as we are distinctly aware, have got that ability, flip that switch at a moment's notice. So that's the first boundary, dare I say, between these two. We may well see a few more.
Yeah, you can see that prodigious swing. Very quick single take, and that's out. No, it isn't. It is. Umpire took an age to make that decision. Hill has been absolutely barbecued by Reed. The big dive couldn't save Hill. Everything about that looked out for a distance. You like to see it from an umpire's perspective. They've given themselves time to really think about it, make that decision. And eventually that finger was raised and the Foxes have the first wicket and have broken. It was a pretty stodgy opening partnership between Reed and Hill.
Well, just looking back on the replay, it was always going to be a very tight single. And in the end, really sharp and smart glove work, really, by Lucy Weston. Good pick up, whipping off the bails in a flash. And yeah, it's a disappointing way for the home side to lose that first wicket, a big wicket as well. Spoke about the experience of Chloe Hill, someone who's already got big runs earlier on in the competition. Yeah, it's not the ideal start for the Steelbacks by any stretch of the imagination. So, yeah, Leicestershire, they'll be jubilant, they'll be buoyant, they'll be ecstatic, in fact, to get that wicket, not only so early on, but in that manner as well, before she could really start shifting through the gears. That is a big moment early doors.
It wasn't a shock, though, I don't think. What we saw earlier on in this innings, the confusion, the running between the wickets between the pair during the T20 competition, Chloe Hill would have found herself a little bit further down the order. And let's not forget as well, these teams are just, well, still getting to know one another, aren't they? And understanding how they work as a pair. Michaela Kirk in at number 3 for the Steelbacks. Joins Mabel Reed in the middle. And Reed will be hoping there aren't too many quick singles available at the moment. Just want to settle that heart rate down because I think she'll probably feel quite guilty there, won't she?
Yeah, it's one of those, it's a difficult start, isn't it, really? But it's one of those which, especially in 50-over cricket, there's still plenty of time and it's a lot easier said than done. You've just got to almost compartmentalise it into the back of the psyche.
Kirk is away. It's going to be a long chase down to the rope. The ball is only going to win the race. Kirk just opens the face of the bat, guides it past the keeper. Picks up 4 runs, the second boundary of the morning.
And for those who watched the Steelbacks in action last season, you'll know full well what Michaela Kirk is capable of. Scored 125 in the opening round of the competition. Someone, of course, who has plenty of experience in Tier 1 for the Blaze.
And again, same result. Finer this time. It's going to be another long chase, but the ball is winning that race by a distance. Back-to-back boundaries. Kirk very much into the action straight away. I think it would be fair to say, and with no disrespect to the others, but Kirk would be almost the jewel in the crown of this batting lineup.
Well, I must say I would agree, because she has got that professional deal. And she's also an incredibly punchy cricketer. It's one thing I've always said about Michaela Kirk. I think with these two, could be a flurry of quick fours on the cards, especially from this batter right here.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Umpire unmoved. Line saving Kirk. And swing as well. Or as we said earlier, that drift across the ground with the breeze will definitely be playing a factor. At the pace here of Thatcher. I'm going to take a change in the field as well. They don't want to see any more runs scored down towards the deep third boundary. And they won't take Caitlin Chisel on again. End of the over. Breakthrough for the Foxes. And a good start to the morning's work for Michaela Kirk. It's 18 for 1 after 5.
Well, I must say, Dan, that was a rather eventful over, wasn't it, when you think about it? Wicket via a run out on the first ball of the over, then a dot ball, a couple of boundaries, and nice tidy end as well from Thatcher. So Leicestershire do draw first blood when it comes to the wickets column in this, the 5th over. These two at the crease, as we said, very, very dangerous. Kemp also someone to watch out for, not only this season, but heading into the future as well. Someone who has been earmarked as having that potential to make that next step up to Tier 1 cricket. Apologies as well if the two static cameras at either side are just shaking a little bit. It's very, very windy today. You may be able to pick that up through the ambient microphone as well. It's definitely going to be a factor, isn't it, Dan?
Oh, without doubt. Certainly for all of the bowlers, if this breeze continues at this rate at which it is, it will have a significant impact with their ability to move the ball laterally through the air. Just hold it up in the breeze, particularly the spinners. But you've seen it. Case in point from these two seamers, just the amount of sideways movement they're getting. Another appeal for LBW. So whilst Kirk is on 8 of 6 deliveries, the Foxes have asked 2 pretty big questions so far.
The other interesting thing, of course, which will be a factor a little bit later on, is how it impacts the spin bowlers. Just how it holds up in the air.
Yeah, well, we can see it here, can't we? Directly impacting the swing and the drift of the seamers. And it'll only exaggerate it, won't it, with the spinners? It will just pronounce that sideways movement. Be important probably to get your ends right. Make sure that you benefit those bowlers correctly. It's a pretty evenly shaped boundary today, isn't it? Looking out the commentary box window, so shouldn't necessarily matter. Well, the pockets of the Cinch County ground that we speak so much about aren't actually in play, are they?
No.
In this fixture, so depending on which end a bowler bowls from shouldn't actually have any impact with regards to boundary size. It's a pretty even shape around the ground. Big heave. That's going to be close if she's not nicked it. Not out is the call. 3rd big appeal against Kirk. He was really trying to impose herself early in this innings.
Something else just that I've picked up on. We can see those flags fluttering, and prior they were going the other direction. So this now is actually aiding and abetting the in-swing. It's going to allow it to drift in.
Over bowled. Another good over for the Foxes. 6 now. Been complete, and the score is 19 for 1. Brilliant start here for Leicestershire. They couldn't have asked for anything better, could they?
No, it's been very, very tidy, very economic. And they've bowled well in tandem, haven't they, Thatcher and Phillips so far? Just looking at the rest of the bowling options, of course, got the spin of Prisha Tanawala, April Harathgay with the leg spin, Caitlin Chisel with the seam as well. So too does Indira Singh, another one who's been involved, funny enough, with Warwickshire. There's quite a Bears connection out there today with the two teams. But yeah, plenty of bowling options up the sleeve of Brooker. Also have got another shout out as well, Dan, which we'll provide after this first delivery.
Nice drive. Misfielded at point. And it's going to be costly as well, the misfield. Chisel was brilliant a moment ago to get the run out. That one there just didn't quite commit to it. Almost offered a hand to stop it. And nobody is stopping it if it gets outside that 25-yard circle, 4 runs. Where are we going for our next shout out, Mr. Vols?
We are going to Lincolnshire.
Oh, here we go.
Shout out to Shrug, who always tunes in to Steelbacks TV when possible. Well, we appreciate your company, not only today, but always and throughout the course of the season.
Oh, top edge. It's going to land safe on the leg side. That's the benefit of having those fielders inside the 25-yard circle. You get a bit of extra safety. Bit of a soft spot for Lincolnshire as well. I spent a lot of my childhood up there with my grandparents. So
Did you?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Whereabouts?
Up towards kind of Gainsborough way. Not actually in Gainsborough, but a little village outside of Gainsborough. So spent plenty of time in the county. So I know it pretty well.
Well, I must say, I do think it's a rather underrated part of the country is Lincolnshire.
Yeah, I think it doesn't necessarily get the headlines because of the topography. It's pretty flat, isn't it, Lincolnshire?
Yeah.
As is a lot of those counties on that side of the UK.
Yeah, some lovely places though, aren't there? Obviously, Lincoln itself being a real jewel in the crown.
Nice shot. Cover drive. Punched. I think that would be the first time the ball has genuinely found the middle of the bat in these 6.5 overs this morning. And that has raced up towards the heavy sweep and the players' rooms for 4, and Kirk gets her 3rd boundary.
Yeah, played that one divinely, didn't she? Michaela Kirk just leans into the shots, and as is the nature of this outfield, just zips away, doesn't it? Zero stopping it as soon as it's got through that 25-yard circle. Just to go back to our chats about Lincolnshire as well, of course, it's a place that Fox's captain, Becky Brooker, will know very, very well. Did a lot of captaincy in age group and senior cricket for Lincolnshire in the national counties. So, yeah, nice to give a shout out to the county. As we said, there's plenty of good cricket clubs up there. Intrinsic links as well across the East Midlands counties. I know there's quite a few who make the journey either to Leicestershire or Nottinghamshire. We also see the end of the 7th over. Northamptonshire, 28 for 1.
Certainly a noticeable difference here, isn't there? Kemp really battling hard to try and find the timing on this surface against these bowlers. On this time down the ground. straight at the fielder at mid-off, whereas Kirk has almost found the timing of it immediately. Another single taken on the misfield. This time doesn't cost anything. And there is another run added to the board.
Well, I know it is a very cliche thing to say, isn't it, in 50-over cricket, but there's still plenty of time. This isn't a T20, so you almost can afford to have these ebbs and flows.
I think he can, but I think if you're going to have those, you need to assess what the score you need is pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I know I said 6 and over, a runner ball should be pretty achievable out there from what we've seen on this surface and the speed of the outfield, the size of the outfield too. But if you do have a couple of quiet overs, you then have to put an awful lot of effort in to try and catch up. And I might be misreading it. It might not be. It might be significantly less. You do have to put some significant work in to catch back up to that kind of number. And it's been a very, very good power play for the Foxes. Really have bowled well. Restricted the Steelbacks, not really given them any options to score. So I think there's been 4 boundaries, 2 of which were kind of run off the face of the bat by Kirk. One was a beautiful looking cover drive. And the other one for Chloe Hill was a bit of a bludgeon, wasn't it, through mid-wicket. End of the over, 30 for 1 after 8.
Well, it has been very, very good bowling, I must say, from Phillips and Thatcher so far. Just to provide you with a little bit of a score update from Neath, where Glamorgan are playing host to Sussex. The home side have lost their first wickets. Abby Freeborn, the loanee from Warwickshire, has been clean bowled by Anna Buckle for 14. So Glamorgan are 33 for 1 in the 7th over in that one. Worcestershire 30 without loss after 7 at Denbigh against Derbyshire. And Middlesex are 21 without loss after 6 overs against Kent in Canterbury. So myself and Dan, we shall keep you updated as best as we can over the duration of the day's play. Of course, we'll also keep you up to scratch with any updates from the men's game as well in Guildford.
Through the offside, pierces the gap. Going to be a long, long chase. Fielder does very well. Keep that inside the rope. Push drive for Kirk. Picks up another couple. Another very good over so far for the Foxes as we get towards the end of this power play. They really have got out the blocks well this morning. Early start, 10:30 this morning. Expected to have a bowl first, and so far, yes, okay, the wickets column. They might want one more in there. They might still get it in the power play, but to have restricted the Steelbacks to about 4 and over, just under 4 and over, or 3.5, in fact, has been excellent work. End of another one. 9 done. 32 for 1. What have you been up to, Mr. Viles? Anywhere exciting in the country over the last week since I last saw you?
I have indeed. Yeah, I've been down in Kent.
Splendid.
Yeah, went down to Canterbury.
The Garden of England.
Oh, it was. It was quite simply spectacular down there. Yeah, spent a couple of days, one of which was doing commentary for Kent versus Northamptonshire in the Men's Metro Bank One Day Cup. Just a really, really beautiful part of the country.
Good castle content?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
You're a fan of the castles, aren't you? You do enjoy a castle.
I do. And Canterbury does have one. Also has some really nice city walls as well. So had some spare time prior to the start of the game on Friday. Decided to have a nice scenic walk. Also through some public gardens. I can't remember the name though. I have to look that up, but no, very, very pleasant couple of days.
Have you done all of the 18 counties? You've done the full set. Have you completed all of the outgrounds though? That's going to be the not yet, at least.
No, that's the lifetime mission really. I've done quite a few. But yeah, there's still some which I'd really quite like to tick off.
Excellent continuation here for the Foxes. It's something that I'd quite like to do, but I think probably the horse is already bolted. But it's not to say I couldn't start now. Maybe, wouldn't it be fun to have like just a list of all of the cricket grounds that you've ever been to?
Yes.
From the highest level to the lowest level.
Completely agree. There'd be some interesting ones in this competition as well, wouldn't there, of course, for Northamptonshire this season, not only playing here at the Cinch County ground, but also at Horton House.
Yep.
Game at Peterborough Town. Of course, for Leicestershire as well, one which immediately springs to mind of it, and the Upton Steel County ground, as that overthrow will result in an extra run to add to Northamptonshire's tally, is Kibworth. I was watching the live stream there of the Leicestershire men versus Gloucestershire. Just a really, really nice outground, that. So, yeah, that's pretty high on the list.
You'll get there one day, I'm sure.
Well, the next thing is, it's funny you mentioned that about visiting all 18. The next stage is commentating a game at each of them. That might take some time, though.
He played stylishly into the offside. Again, you can see that impact of the earlier run out on the pair in the middle, not wanting to take that risk. End of the over, end of the power play, and the Foxes have restricted the Steelbacks here to 33 for 1. Absolutely brilliant start for the visitors.
It's been an amazing start, and I will pose the question to you, Dan, but how many dot balls do you think have been bowled in those first 10 overs by the Foxes?
Late 30s, I would say.
That's not a bad guess. 45.
Okay.
45 dot
Still
balls.
feels like a way off, doesn't it? 15 scoring deliveries.
Yep. So 75% dot ball percentage. So it really has been incredibly tight, this from the Leicestershire Foxes. Northants just need that pressure release. It feels like when they are getting that nice connection with the bat on ball, it's just finding the fielders. So,
yep,
with the power play restrictions lifted, that should help.
No way. If I'm captaining Leicestershire here, coaching Leicestershire, there is no way I am reducing the squeeze on here against the Steelbacks. Yes, you could push more outside that 25-yard circle, but why would you at this stage?
It's a very, very good point.
Unless you've got a bowler that needs a bit of extra protection, but I don't think it's the... just wouldn't.
Well, to kickstart this 11th over will be Indira Singh, right arm seam bowler. One of the low knees from the Warwickshire Academy for the 2026 season. Again, another cricketer similar to Ellie Phillips, very proficient with the in-swing. So Kirk and Kemp have got to be careful of that particular delivery. Kemp just whips that down the leg side for one. We were speaking about the squeeze and keeping fielders in that 25-yard circle. Brooker has just decided to add an extra bit of protection down at deep fine leg.
Yeah, I think that's twofold. One, I think it's the extra pace of Singh, which will be a factor here. And also, I think probably doesn't trust the radar quite as much as what did with the opening pair of bowlers.
Good areas that from Indira Singh. But that will be a key thing as well for Brooker, just to weigh up today. Those bowling combinations, plenty of different options at her disposal. That'll just be a single guided down towards deep third for one. Just to give you a bit of extra kind of insight into Indira's journey as well. Of course, she's played her club cricket for Harborne, also played for Berkswell, which for anyone who's in tune with their West Midlands cricket, those will be two clubs which you'll know immediately. It's been at Warwickshire for quite some time now as well. First joined up with the Bears at under 13s level. And then a couple of seasons ago, 2024, played a little bit for Shropshire in the previous iteration of the county circuit. So nice to see her getting these opportunities in Tier 2. So that will be a dot ball to round out the 11th over. Northamptonshire 35 for 1.
Yeah, another good over for the Foxes, doubling down on the accuracy that they started with. I think at this stage, a runner ball for the innings feels a long, long way off. To the point, we could be looking at somewhere around the 200 mark. Although with Kirk in the middle, you know, there is power. There's a bit of extra value to add to the shots. We've seen the pace of the outfield. Again, the Foxes here are just going to go and protect that boundary a little bit further. They're going to see a change of tactic here, maybe into the wicket with those two fielders outside on the leg side.
Just to specify the current field set here for Eddie Phillips, well, there was a couple, or should I say there were a couple of fielders protecting at deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Just been a slight alteration. Emma Thatcher has been pushed down to long leg, deep backward square, deep point, the other two sweepers.
Yeah, interesting. Really? I mean, with how well Flores, Surrey have got their first wicket. They're 12, or the Steelbacks are 12 for 1 after 2.5 overs.
Here is Indira Singh then. Ball in hand for the start of the 13th. Very full and just glance down the leg side. Protection is down there at deep fine leg. Emma Thatcher, the fielder in question. Yeah, that does feel like a big wicket, doesn't it, in Guildford? Vasconcelos, should argue he's probably one of the most informed cricketers, either men's or women's cricket in the country at the minute. Apologies as well for the slight issue with the stream there. We have had a few technical gremlins this morning, so we are working very, very hard behind the scenes to ensure that everything is functioning as intended. That one slashed away, beats the effort of the fielder at backward point and races away for 4. It's another boundary off the batter, Michaela Kirk, and Northamptonshire now are 46 for 1.
Another good shot by Kirk. Just shows how dangerous she can be. Really has found the timing of this surface. So
Tempted drive there by Michaela Kirk. Tempted drive there by Michaela Kirk. Gets no connection. There have been some more wickets to tumble here in League Two as well. So that'll be a dot ball to round out the 13th over. Northamptonshire are 50 for 1. Michaela Kirk on 28 not outs. And Amelia Kemp on 13 not out. So, yeah, to keep you up to date with those wickets that have fallen, let's head to Denbigh first and foremost, where Worcestershire have lost their first wicket. When Davies caught and bowled by Lauren Kenvin for 32. So Worcestershire are 63 for 1 in the 11th over in that match. And down in the southeast, we were speaking about Canterbury a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. Middlesex are 42 for 1 against Kent after 10 overs. Pippa Sproul ran out for 21 by Rachel King. No further wickets from Neath Cricket Club, the Knoll, where Glamorgan are 53 for 1. And for the first time here, from the Lynn Wilson centre ends, we'll have a change in bowling. Ellie Phillips has been replaced by Caitlin Chisel. That'll be a single just through the covers for 1. Tidy stop there by Indira Singh. A bit of width there, offered by Chisel. Again, another new addition for the Foxes in 2026. He's playing Tier 3 cricket for Dorset in 2025. Oh, slashed away. It's burst through the hands of backward points, and it's 4 more off the batter, Michaela Kirk. Just starting to find her groove here, isn't she, Dan?
certainly is, timing the ball very well, putting those fielders under pressure. Obviously, the hardness of the outfield. See the fielder there just pointing at the outfield, suggesting that it's misbehaved. It would have bounced a bit more just because it's so hard.
That one just whipped away, backward of square. Well stopped by Prisha Tanawala. Darting across from deep square. 1 more to add to the tally. Again, just slightly down the leg side. Easy pickings for Amelia Kemp. One more run to add to the score and a single to round out the 14th over. Northamptonshire Steelbacks 57 for 1.
Yeah, a bit of acceleration for the Steelbacks after what was an excellent power play by the Foxes. Say a couple of misfields have just enabled Steelbacks to tick that score on a little bit quicker.
Oh, that one well struck by Amelia Kemp. Again, just burst through the hands, this time of short extra cover. Zips away for 4 more. That was almost an example of what you've just spoken about there, Dan. Just a couple of fielding errors, just creeping in here for the Foxes. That time it was Sophie Grayson. Admittedly, it was very firmly struck by Amelia Kemp, but just couldn't quite time the dive. As Kemp rotates the strike once more. Also worth mentioning, of course, that the 50 partnership has also been brought up between these two after that early wickets of Chloe Hill. Ran out by Caitlin Chisel. Really good bit of fielding that at backward point. Just that one full and down the leg side, given us a wide. Since then, these two just beginning to rebuild and regather. Kirk has been the more aggressive of the two. But Amelia Kemp has got a couple of boundaries in her collection as well.
Yeah, Kemp is just playing that classic. The more time you spend out there, the easier it should get kind of role. And I rate that. You've got to spend time in the middle. It's another classic and a cliche if you can't score runs when you've got your pads off sat in the dressing room. Got to battle it out. And as you said earlier, you made a great point. 50 overs is a lot longer than you think. Obviously, they're coming into this fixture on the back of a string of T20 cricket. So to go and increase that inning length by 2.5 times, it's going to take some adjusting. Obviously, I'm sure a lot of them or some of them might have been playing some Saturday cricket in between, so they might have had the benefit then of playing some longer form cricket for their local cricket clubs.
Well, I think that is a good point because it has been a while, hasn't it? It's been over 2 months since either of these sides would have played in the Metrobank One Day Cup. 10th of May was the date of the previous round. From this point onwards, they will start to come a little bit thicker and faster as that's another misfield this time. A point which allows a single.
Yeah, I know it's not quite as severe as a drop, is it, from T20 down to first-class cricket, but certainly a lot of the men's cricketers that you get to speak to will say that going up the gears isn't necessarily a problem. So I'm going 4-day to T20 is okay, but to come down the gears and to do it so kind of immediately, that's when you can find yourself a little bit unstuck with technique or mindset or temperament. So that will take a little bit of time here just to adjust to the pace of this 50-over game.
Appears as though we're going to have a bowling change as well here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It will be a bit of finger spin courtesy of Prisha Tanawala. Another low knee from the Blaze. And this will be an interesting battle, won't it, between her and Michaela Kirk. Of course, they will be teammates at the East Midlands County, applying their trades here on loan at Two separate Tier 2 sides. Tanawalla this season, really impressive, making that step up to Tier 1. Here she is. Drops it slightly short and just turned around the corner for one by Michaela Kirk. Of course, has international experience for the England under-19s. Also, one of the first players to receive a gold fox. More on that after this ball. She's driven through the covers for a single, which is essentially the county cap. So for the Foxes, you get that gold fox. It's almost a recognition, an appreciation of those who have done very well. Oh, that's a very nice shot from Michaela Kirk. Protection is out there. It's deep cover. One more run added. Of course, the first player for the Leicestershire Foxes to earn that privilege, that prestigious honour, is Flora Davies, who's playing today. That one hammered away. And well stopped on the boundary by Ellen Watson. One more run added for the Steelbacks.
Yeah, nicely picked up, wasn't it? Certainly hit very, very hard by Kemp.
What attempted sweep, slight appeal there for Tanawalla. But the standing umpire not quite as interested in that latest shout. End of the 16th. Northamptonshire are 71 for 1.
I thought I had a bit of wood on that one through the effects mic. Might be wrong. We've got it turned down a little bit today just because of the breeze. That's what I just heard. A bit of bat involved. Sometimes nice, isn't it? Just to get the outside microphone up and listen to just some lovely crickety noises.
A continuation here for Indira Singh. That one drifts down the leg side, misfielded by Weston as well. So an extra run conceded off the wide. There has been a second wicket in Canterbury as well. Having a look who's taken that, it's Holly Young. She has dismissed Scarlett Hughes for 15. Middlesex now 54 for 2 in the 13th. Kemp this time. Jogs down to the non-strikers. And this has been a real improvement, hasn't it, Dan, for Northamptonshire? Not only the boundaries, but of course the strike rotation. Far fewer dot balls.
Yeah, partnership she's building nicely, isn't it? Kirk would have taken a lot of pressure off of Kemp. He was certainly struggling, as was Hill at the start of the innings, just struggling to get the timing, figure out the pace of it, adjust. But Kirk has raced along 38 or 44. And with that, has lifted some of the pressure, but also put some back on the Foxes. And I think it would be fair to say that post power play, the Foxes haven't bowled as well as what they had in those opening 10 overs.
No, I think that's fair to say. And some of that might have been down to a couple of those misfields. Where he does have almost that galvanising impact on a bowler when everything is being stopped. That one too wide for the umpire's liking. This has been a cracking knock so far from Michaela Kirk. Feels like the next few months are going to be quite big for her career as well. Given the fact that, of course, next season there will be another county heading into Tier 1. That will be Glamorgan from 2027 onwards.
Yeah, you think with that extra county, there's going to be extra opportunities. They've, of course, already got a full squad, haven't they, Glamorgan? Yep. They've already got players playing for Glamorgan. And we saw them here in the T20 competition, and they absolutely outplayed the Steelbacks in that T20. How many opportunities become available at Glamorgan? How many players potentially move from an existing Tier 1 county to Glamorgan in search of first team opportunities, which then maybe creates chances elsewhere around the country to go and join another squad to get you a bit closer to that first 11. And then there's two more, isn't there, joining? Is it 2028, the two more join, or is it later than that?
I think it's slightly later than that. I think it's been pushed back into the 2030s.
Got you.
Of course, the latest one was Yorkshire this season.
Yep.
Here is Tanner Wallet. Another easy single there by Michaela Kirk. Of course, Yorkshire as well have made quite a big signing this week. MR at the England International. Picked up on a long-term deal from Warwickshire. Oh, that's a nice delivery. Once more, well flighted. Just goes underneath the fielder, a backward point. Another single, this time for Kemp. Admittedly, that was a difficult one for Sophie Grayson to deal with. That time does a really good job, does Grayson. Gets on it in a flash.
Yeah, nicely picked up. Would have been spinning, wouldn't it? Very casually had that had gripped. There was no fielder down there protecting the boundary behind her, but an excellent pickup. Certainly saved 4 runs. End of another good over. 78 for 1. Kirk on 40. Kemp on 25. Don't give up on us, Aaron. Croaking away in the corner of the commentary box.
Honestly, I think the Metrobank fever may have developed some symptoms.
Well, there's no medicine for it. There's no known cure.
You're telling me. I'm doing 4 days of it next week. It's just such a good competition. I love list day cricket. It's how I first got into county cricket in the first place back in 2009. Just love the ebbs and flows of one day. Just that one drop short and just glanced really off the bat of Kemp for a single. Change of ends here as well for Caitlin Chisel. Bowling this time from the David Capel end as opposed to Ellen Wilson centre end. Update on the direction of the wind as well. Again, we'll be assisting any potential in-swing here for the right arm seam. Just help it tail back in. Kirk rifles that through. Deep cover for one. Just looking at the breakdown of the field as well. It's a 5-4 here in favour of the offside. 3 sweepers on the leg side boundary. And one of them will be called into play straight away at deep mid-wicket. The other 2 at deep fine leg and deep backward square. Prisha Tanawala, the fielder, out at deep cover. Well stopped by Sophie Grayson. One more run added for the Steelbacks. So that one signalled as a wide. And Kemp just drills that brilliantly through deep extra cover for 4. Tremendous shot that from the youngster. Made a nice noise off the bats. Incredibly well placed. Just bisecting the gap between mid-off and the fielder at cover. That'll be a dot ball to finish up over number 19. At the end of which the Northamptonshire Steelbacks are 87 for 1. There has also been second wicket at Woodbridge Road in the game between the Northamptonshire Steelbacks men and Surrey. Rob Keogh, the latest, to 4 for 10. Dismissed by James Taylor. So Gus Miller and Nathan McSweeney currently out there for the men's team. Also, a reminder for those who are tuning in via the YouTube live stream, if you haven't already subscribed to Steelbacks TV, please do. That one attempted sweep there by Michaela Kirk. Wide has been given. We Dan, myself and Phil Rowe to take you through all of the remaining fixtures in the 2026 season. We do thoroughly appreciate your company as always. One chipped down the leg side for 1 by Kirk. That one played well down the ground by Michaela Kirk. Comes back to what we were talking about earlier. Good strike rotation. These two have settled into a nice rhythm at the crease. Their attempted sweep down the leg side, wide has been given. Excellent partnership this as well for the Steelbacks. In the wider picture. Tanawala rounds out the 20th over with a dot ball. Northamptonshire 92 for 1. Partnership has built very nicely up to 82.
It's raced along, isn't it? What a different 10 overs we had. Oh, it added the best part of 60 runs to the tally, or around that number. Very, very contrasting 10 over blocks of this Metrobank One Day Cup game between the Foxes and the Steelbacks. The class of Kirk certainly making a difference. And those backup Foxes bowlers just haven't been able to keep the same level of pressure on the Steelbacks batters as what the two did so brilliantly in the power play. Have you given it any thought as to what you think is going to be a par score here for this first innings? 92 for 1 off 20.
Well, just looking at the acceleration, seeing who is still remaining here for Northamptonshire, I think anything north of 280 would be pretty good. Still have the likes of Maria, Ava Clive, Beth Ascott. Plenty of power down the order as well with the likes of Mabel Reid, Ella Phillips, Lenny Sims. Just to go back to that previous point about strike rotation, just 24 dot balls there compared to 45 in the opening 10. So very, very good work as we're going to see some leg spin for the first time today, courtesy of April Harathgay.
Yeah, spin from both ends for the first time in the fixture. There's two fielders out on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep extra cover as well, protecting the boundary. So still a bit of a squeeze on here for the Foxes. And a good start for the leggy, bowling from the David Capel end here at the Cinch County grounds. On powerfully struck away by Kirk. Very, very wide delivery. Swept away, well picked up. Quick single taken by the Steelbacks. Kirk desperate to face as much of the strike as possible on 45. Is there a tickle on it? It is. Gone, the big wicket for the Foxes. The bowling change makes the difference. The leg spin works. Harathgay has broken the partnership, and it's the big and dangerous Michaela Kirk departing for 45. She's furious with herself.
Well, as you said, that is a key wicket for the Foxes. Not only is Kirk such a dangerous cricketer, but the partnership as well. It almost looked as though it was ticking along a little bit too simply for Leicestershire's liking. They needed that breakthrough, and they've got it. It's a massive one. Michaela Kirk, as we are all too aware, can more than double a score. She got 125 in the opening round of the competition last season for the Steelbacks. So good decision by Becky Brooker to bring on the leg spinner. Having spoken to her last season, she mentions me, and this is a quote, "April always has my backing. whether it's opening the bowling, whether it's coming on in the middle overs, whether it's needed as a partnership breaker, Harathgate is that X factor. She is a strike option. So smart captaincy, smart keeping as well by Lucy Weston. A big wicket for the Foxes just to stifle a bit of that run scoring.
Yeah, all wickets are the same, aren't they? But that one feels slightly more significant. The tier 1 loanee departing for 45. And you mentioned 280 a moment ago. I think, without putting words in your mouth, a lot of that 280 you were expecting to come from Michaela Kirk. So it's going to pass on the responsibility to continue for Amelia Kemp. And Beth Ascott has walked out to the middle at number 4 to join the Steelbacks opener in the middle. Now, what we can expect here from Ascott in particular is being very, very quick over the 22 yards. Kemp has already been involved in a couple of pieces of indifferent running. Let's have her skates on. End of the over, very successful for the Foxes. 21 overs done, 94 for 2.
Good player of spin as well, isn't she, Beth Ascott? Especially when it comes to that strong hitting arc down the ground. Also plays a nice cut shot as well. Always think that's a sign of a very classy cricketer when you've got that air of finesse to just dab it away, whether that's down to deep backward points or through points itself. Looking around the grounds as well, plenty of runs being scored at the minute. Speak about Glamorgan a little bit earlier on. They're 98 for 1 down at Neath. I believe they have got, they've got 3 loanees. I was going to say a couple. They've got 3 today. Abby Freeborn and Bethan Ellis from Warwickshire and Megan Sturge from Hampshire. Worcestershire also going pretty nicely at Denbigh. The Rapids 94 for 1 in the 21st.
Beautifully bowled by Tanawala. Extra bit of flight up and over the eye line. Now look to really put Kemp under pressure here now as the senior batter in this partnership. So a good batting day so far in the One Day Cup.
Most definitely. Middlesex just beginning to steady the ship as well. 92 for 2 after 18 overs. Saskia Hawley, Reva Pindoria out there in the middle against Kent.
Width on offer. Oh, good work by the keeper. Kemp just overbalancing, but fortunately for the Steelbacks opener, the back foot remained inside the popping crease. Another one from Tanawala just drifts down the leg side. Hold some very good deliveries, but equally just that little bit of discipline. Hold a few wides, but excellent way to conclude and finish the over. Back on the money. The extra delivery not costing anything more. 22 overs done, 97 for 2.
Feels like quite an important passage of play, this, doesn't it? Even though it is still comparatively early on in the innings, still got the best part of 28 overs remaining for the Steelbacks. But it's It's almost the weight of spin here because you've got two very, very good spin bowlers. Harathge, of course, got the important wicket of Michaela Kirk. Tanner Waller has bowled pretty well in her first few overs as well.
I think it's almost identifying this period of the game, isn't it? It's 3 overs to go until drinks. Kirk, the big wicket, fell, what, with 5 overs to go before the drinks interval here in this 50-over innings. From a batting perspective, you're not really going to be able to get your innings going. You're not really going to want to be over-aggressive with the risk of losing another one in these 3 overs remaining. Opportunity here for the Foxes just to put a real squeeze on here. Bowl at 5 incredibly cheap overs. And take it through to that drinks break. And obviously, hopefully for the Foxes' perspective, go for that classic 1 for drinks. And then you get the benefit of the bowling side, the fact that the batters have got to start again.
Yep. Just about to mention that.
So if the Foxes can bowl and field well for that 5-over period since the dismissal of Kirk, it's an excellent opportunity to have a quiet 10 overs. So overs 1 through 10 was very much the Foxes. 11 through 20 was the Steelbacks, and the Foxes are gone. They have got the third. Excellently well bowled. It's 2 for Harathge. She's got Kirk. She's now got Ascot. Steelbacks, having just brought up 100, have made that 100 for 3. Spin to win here at the Sidge County grounds.
Certainly is. Really nice delivery that by April Harathge. And it is something we see with leg spinners. If they get an early wicket, you can just sense that extra degree of confidence surging through the veins. She's certainly got a mojo, and they are 2 key wickets in that top to middle order. The first one being Michaela Kirk and Beth Ascot before she's really had the opportunity to stamp her mark on the game. Gone for just 2 runs, so an excellent spell this. Brilliant from the leg spinner. And also good captaincy as well by Becky Brooker, just to bring her on at that crucial stage, almost to stifle and stop the flow of runs. All felt a little bit too easy, didn't it, for Northamptonshire? From overs 11 through to 20. Since then, Leicestershire just beginning to swing that pendulum back, as we'll see Ava Clive join Amelia Kemp in the middle. Spoke about Ava a little bit early on. Someone who very much the modern brand of cricketer, likes the reverse sweeps as well as the conventional ones as well. Very enterprising young wicketkeeper bat. Won't be keeping wicket, of course, today with the presence of Chloe Hill. Someone who has certainly made her mark on academy cricket for Warwickshire.
Yeah, but it's a tough time to start against 2 bowlers with their tails up. End of another good over for the Foxes. 23 overs complete in the innings. 101 for 3. Steelbacks going along at just under 4.5 runs an over. appeal from the keeper, but that line so far in this spell from Tanawala, occasionally going over straight, drifting down the leg side. Swept away, half stopped on the 45, just tips it round the post. Confusion in the middle between the Steelbacks. Good decision by Clive to send Kemp back. There was never going to be two.
No, absolutely not. Harathke did well after stopping it goalkeeper style, just getting back to the feet nice and quickly.
Nice shot down the ground. Should beat the two fielders. Does. 4 runs. So straight from Kemp. Bowler wasn't able to get down to it. There was an offered dive from Ellie Phillips at mid-on, but was a long way from it. Short boundary as well down the ground. 106 for 3. Comfortable single taken to the offside.
That was a terrific shot, wasn't it? By Amelia Kemp. Couldn't really have placed it any better if she tried, and such is the nature of the outfield. That just races away, doesn't it? So 1 more over to go before drinks is taken, or drinks are taken, I should say, here at the Cinchcowsey ground. As you said, Dan, well, Leicestershire would love to add a 4th one. Northamptonshire will be hoping no further damage can be done.
It's certainly been the Foxes have wrestled back the momentum in this 3rd block of 10 overs in this first innings. Fine sweep. Misfield on the 45. Will allow Kemp to come back for 2. $109 for 3. Full toss should be punished and is by Kemp. The length was wrong. The line was wrong. You get that from a leg spinner, don't you? You get those box office deliveries, as we've seen twice here with 2 wickets for Harathke. But you always know as a leg spinner, you've got one of those not far away.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It's the fine margins in the life of a leg spinner. Just slightly too early on the release there was Harathke. Very easy just to deposit from Amelia Kemp.
Again, should be stopped this time and is well picked up. A deep backward square, just 1.
Yeah, Flora Davies, the fielder, in that position. Ellen Watson also out at deep mid-wicket, and Prisha Tanawala out at deep cover.
Same result. Very fine. Long chase on. Well stopped on the dive. But an expensive end to the 25th over. Halfway stage of this first innings between the Steelbacks and the Foxes. The score is 116 for 3. Clive on 4. Kemp on 47. Players will just take an opportunity to have a drink, as will Aaron Vars and myself. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Players are hydrated and ready to go again, as are Aaron and myself. 116 for 3, halfway stage of this first inning. So we've got another 25 overs of this first innings for the Steelbacks to go. It's going to be Tanawala to continue the spell here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Steelbacks will just need to reset, restart. What are you thinking then? 116 for 3. 7 wickets in hand. What numbers, what range are you putting together?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think a lot of it actually boils down to the next couple of wickets.
I think looking at it, and you can maybe start to think that the next 5 overs are going to be further in the favour of the Foxes, even if no further wickets fall just after the drinks break, the new batter in the middle. Just trying to make sure that they can backload this innings as much as possible. You mentioned 280 earlier. Feels like 250 at this stage. Even that would require, I think, a significant acceleration in those final 20 overs for the Steelbacks.
Well, I was just about to mention that range, maybe 250 to 260. But then again, you never know. The fact is, with wickets in hand for the final 10, all it needs is a quick-fire burst. Even if you score 80-plus runs in that, it can suddenly just begin to really increase that tally. But the key is ensuring that you've almost got those wickets in the shed for that final burst. Far too often we see in 50-over cricket, teams mistiming it. They go a little bit too hard from overs 30 to 40. Doesn't allow them that license to go out there and go all guns blazing at the death. Has also been a second wicket in South Wales. Lauren Parfitt, the Glamorgan captain, clean bowled for 41. So Glamorgan 123 for 2 at drinks. Claire Boycott also inching ever closer to a 50 for the Worcestershire Rapids. She's currently on 49, not out from 76 against Derbyshire at Denbigh. No further wickets in Canterbury either. Middlesex 125 for 2 to 24 overs.
Or edged. Past the gloves to the keeper. Not going to go to the rope. It will just be 2. It was a thick outside edge. It was a pretty wide delivery to start with, but it does bring up the 50 for Amelia Kemp. 50 off 71 deliveries. Tough opening 10 overs, but gritted away, stuck in there. Had an excellent partnership with Michaela Kirk. Was rewarded with that hard graft and that stick and discipline with a half century here at the Cinch County Ground against the Foxes. 119 for 3.
Well, she's shown an awful lot of character here as Amelia Kemp. Would have been very easy to have allowed the shoulders to slump, the head to drop. Since then, though, the thing that's been most impressive, to me at least, has been the strike rotation. In that opening, well, you'd probably say 5 to 10 overs, struggling to just get it beyond the fielders. Since then, it's found a much greater fluency at just picking the gaps and allowing her partners to get back on strike.
Full toss. Slightly fuller this time, which doesn't allow Kemp to bludgeon that down behind square on the leg side. End of the over, 27 overs bowled now, 122 for 3. I just feel there's a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Amelia Kemp at this stage. She's in now, faced 75 deliveries. Steelbacks are going to need, at a minimum, I would say around that 250 number.
Yep, I'd completely agree. Because when you look at the wickets that have fallen as well, it's not necessarily been down to anything ridiculous from the pitch. They haven't been keeping tremendously low or rearing up and spitting at the batters.
Swept down to the leg side. Fielder went for the catch. Brave decision to try and take that catch on. Kemp gets 4. But for a long time, her heart would have been in her mouth as that ball travelled down to deep backward square in the air. In the end, the fielder didn't really get anywhere near it, but hats off for the bravery going for the catch. Could have comfortably just held that back and thrown it back for a single. 126 for 3, and they, I think, provides indication how important they think this wicket of Kemp is, who is noticeably starting to find the timing of this surface.
Most definitely. Full credit, though, as you said there, to Ellen Watson. It was a very commendable effort, that. Good aggressive fielding. Just on that occasion, the ball just fell short, but I'll try and go for them, especially when it is the set batter.
Full toss. Got away with it. Clive will be frustrated there. She's just hit that full toss straight at the only fielder in there at cover. It's a dot ball, a freebie really for the Foxes. That one down the leg side. Again, Tanawala, 2 straight. Gets punished this time. Clive catches up with it, helps it on its way, and it's 4 more for the Steelbacks.
We did mention that is the strength of Ava Clive. Absolutely loves taking the attack to spin. Just played it fine enough. April Harathgate was there, but just went beyond it. And in fact, I think she's been brought a little bit finer. She has gone from the 45 to a more conventional fine leg. Still plenty of space out there, though. The only other protection, deep backward square.
Fortune, bottom edge. Quick single taken. I think if we're being honest, it's going to be difficult to protect that boundary to your off spinner. There's no huge turn out there. It's just on occasion, Tanawala's just not getting that line right. And unless you go for a fine leg with an off spinner, which isn't really the done thing, it becomes very difficult to protect that. 28 overs, 132 for 3.
Well, just a quick update from Denby. Claire Boycott has reached a 50 for Worcestershire, so the Rapids going along at a decent click against Derbyshire.
Nicely bowled, nice pace.
Riva Pindoria also closing in on a 50 down in Canterbury. Middlesex 134 for 2.
call of two. Sensibly settling just the single. Quick single chance at the bowler's end. End of the over, the 29th. It's 135 for three. Kemp on 58 and Clive on 12. Sophie Grayson into the attack. A bit more spin. Finger spin again, off spin.
Big fan of Grayson bowling in a cap as well. I see that with numerous players.
Were you an in-cap bowler when you were a cricketer?
Well, for me, it was mostly the sunnies, but definitely in the nets. I used to go backwards cap though.
Yeah, bit of extra flair.
Yeah,
I've always thought that about you. Bit of a flair character.
Full of flair.
The big sunnies on, backwards hat.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't add anything to the skill.
Doesn't matter. It's the image, isn't it? As Shane Warne said, it's an art and creating those images and the mystery.
The intrigue, exactly. Now, of course, in recent years in the women's game here in England and Wales, they're in Burns.
Bit of a drag down from Grayson. Delicately played by Kemp. Runs it all the way up to the members for 4. Fox is obviously wanting to hold a few overs of Tanawala back. 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 32 in that spell. So we get to the end of Grayson's first over and the end of the 29th. We're about to get going with the 30th. It's 142 for 3.
So it will be a continuation here for April Harathgate. Starting off her 6th over. Once again, giving it plenty of flight. That one's slightly flatter, just darted in really by the leg spinner. And that time, Clive able just to pick the gap through point for one. Really has been a terrific innings this by Amelia Kemp. Here she is on strike. It's another single to her collection for the day. Of course, it isn't the first time we've seen Amelia hit a half century for the Steelbacks. It's Clive this time slightly aerial, but drop shorts of Indira Singh at short cover. Top ball to end the over. Another solid one courtesy of April Harathgate. And after 31 overs, Northamptonshire are 144 for 3. Last season, of course, for Amelia, scored 54 against Kent at Beckenham. Someone who this season has been involved in and around the Yorkshire Academy. Myself and Dan touched upon earlier, Yorkshire now in Tier 1. And she is the wicket as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Here's Grayson again. Just placed through point for one. Kemp turned back there wisely by Ava Clive. Much better over this so far, Sophie Grayson. She'll have a big role to play with the bat later on as well. That will just be one more run this time for Ava Clive. Very powerful and destructive hitter. Here's Grayson, previously of Oxfordshire. So spent some time with Warwickshire as well. Having made the move to the Midlands to study at the University of Birmingham. And that will be a dot ball to wrap up the 32nd over. Northamptonshire Steelbacks 146 for 3. Reminder as well for all of you tuning in from home or wherever you're catching the coverage from. If you haven't already subscribed to Steelbacks TV, please feel free to do so. We'll be providing you live and free coverage of all of the remaining Northamptonshire matches here at the Cinch County Ground in 2026. Both the Metrobank One Day Cup and, of course, the Rothesay County Championship in late August and September. Thank you as well for your patience with those earlier technical gremlins as well. So Harathgate gets Kemp on the drive. Longer term viewers will have noticed we don't unfortunately have access to the third camera today. Everyone is working hard behind the scenes as they're shy at the non-striker's end. Single will be taken, scampered through. Did Amelia Kemp. Another single taken there by Ava Clive. Yeah, we are hoping to get back to our normal coverage in those upcoming fixtures. Kemp once more rotates the strike nicely.
Yeah, well, we said earlier, didn't she? There was that cliche thing of, well, the more time you spend in the middle, the easier it gets. That's exactly what's happening here for Amelia Kemp.
That will bring about the ends of the 33rd over. Northamptonshire 151 for 3. Either way, regardless of what happens in this game today, will be a memorable one for Amelia Kemp. Already her highest score for Northamptonshire in the List A format. Previous half century came against Kent in 2025. Clive looks to chop that one away, but can't quite do so. Oh, and that one played very, very deftly by Ava Clive. Just stays on the back foot, glances on the late cut. Down towards deep backward point for 4. Lovely, lovely shot. Just a simple roll of the wrists. Grayson responds with a bit more of an arm ball. This time it's Amelia Kemp. Not quite timed as nicely as Clive's previous efforts, but 2 more runs added to the board nonetheless. These two, the partnership now 58 for the 4th wicket. They have batted tremendously well. At a nice tempo as well, that's the other thing. Grayson changes her angles here. And finishes off the over with a dot ball. 34 have gone. Northamptonshire 158 for 3.
They're recovering well. The pair in the middle, having lost a couple of quick wickets earlier on today. Still got a lot of work to do though. 155 for 3. It's a good batting surface. They're going to need plenty on the board to try and defend here at the Cinch County ground. The real standout for the Foxes is Ellie Phillips, isn't it? 6 overs, 1 made, 0 for 16. So certainly I've got 4 overs of Phillips to come back. Thanawala, 4.5 and over. Harathge here, 7 overs, 2 for 30, going at 4.3. Chance at the non-striker's end. That's one thing you would say about this innings of Kemp. The running between the wicket has been excitable, I think would be fair to say. And I don't think you could rule out another chance of a run out at some point in this innings.
Well, even there, taking a good 5 or 6 strides down the track. Just needs to calm it down ever so slightly. She's done the hard work here. It's been a fabulous knock. It's Clive sweeps that one very nicely for one.
But the question here for the Steelbacks is, when do they go? When do they accelerate? Well, we'll have 15 overs left at the end of this one. Got the two in the middle, obviously two recognised batters. Gemma Marriott, another recognised batter.
Once more, that one played with finesse by Amelia Kemp. Long chase on for the fielder. Will just about be scooped up by Phillips. And Ava Clive, very quick between the wickets, turns that one into 3.
And then you do go into those bowling all-rounders of Phillips and Reed and Sims, Patel and Robinson to round the 11 out. Not got a huge amount of tokens to play with, but they are going to have to accelerate at some point.
Well, they are. And just looking here, let's say the worst go at 7 and over for the next few, getting up to 200. We see the end of over number 35. The Steelbacks 162 for 3. So if they were to go at 7s, get in and around that 200. If they can go at 8s for the final 10, you're getting towards that 280. So just goes to show the importance, doesn't it, of partnerships. And this has been a crucial one as far as the side in blue are concerned. Looking out there as well, Rebecca Brooker, the Foxes captain, just continuing to have long conversations with the likes of Indira Singh. Emma Thatcher as well, of course, Sophie Grayson. They'll be hoping, of course, to break this partnership prior to the 40th over, because from that point onwards, they really would have licence with 7 wickets still remaining in the shed. Here's Grayson then. Kemp rifles that through the covers. Good fielding by Flora Davies. Limits it to just 1. Eva Clive there, just opening up the face of the bat, runs it through deep third, delightfully for 4. And as much as we have sung the praises, and rightfully so, of Amelia Kemp, this has been a brilliant effort from Ava Clive so far, just to up the ante and get these boundaries at good intervals.
Yeah, she's really just helped Kemp settle again, hasn't she? Kemp was, I think, very much enjoying her time in the middle with Michaela Kirk. Clive has been able to provide a similar kind of foil here. Obviously, the risk of that acceleration when it comes is the risk associated, isn't it? And the chances that may be created for the Foxes.
Most definitely.
I dare say a better throw into the keeper there might have been quite close for Kemp.
Very full that by Grayson. 1 more run is added. Clive calls for 2. Dare I say she won't get it. That's why. Very good fielding by Prisha Tanawala. Made up plenty of ground. It will just be one to conclude the 36th over. Northamptonshire 170 for 3. And the next question I was going to pose, Dan, is actually for Northamptonshire. Who do you think would come in next? Because Gemma Marriott, of course, with plenty of experience. We know exactly what she is capable of. But you've also got a couple of cricketers in Ella Phillips and Mabel Reid who can give it the long candle and get those quick boundaries. So do you think we could see a slight shuffle in the batting order depending on if and when that 4th wicket falls?
I think Marriott herself packs a bit of a punch, doesn't she? So it's not a huge change. However, I certainly see the logic of the point that you're raising. I'd probably, if it was me, I'd stick with the batting order with Marriott. That bit of extra experience, you kind of want her to be out there for as long as possible. If there was a way of creating a left hand and a right hand combination, then I'm speaking hypothetically here, then I think you'd look at that as an option if that was available.
Firmly swept by Amelia Kemp. Not for the first time today. Well fielded by Flora Davies. Done really well on that leg side.
Yeah, it's set a very, very high standard for herself and her teammates down on the boundary. Very busy area, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So Steelbacks going at around 4.7 runs per over. Is accelerating. Managed to go at over 5s for the last 5 overs. 13 to go at the end of this from Harathgate.
That will be given as a wide. Just going back to that previous points, of course, someone who would have been in left field for that left-hand, right-hand would have been Liz Russell, but not named in the starting 11 today. Great use of the feet by Amelia Kemp, and she has dispatched that through the covers for 4. Wonderful shot from the Steelbacks opener. Moves her to 79.
Yeah, up and over the offside. Controlled aggression, wasn't it? Didn't try and hit it for 6. Got to the pitch of the ball, created the angle for herself. Just dropped it over the infield. Vacant area here of the Cinch County grounds. Nicely played, moves to 79.
Plenty of flights and dispatched, deposited once more by Amelia Kemp. It'll be back-to-back boundaries against the leg spin of April Harathgate. And that will conclude the 37th over in style for the Steelbacks. Northamptonshire 182 for 3 as Amelia Kemp moves into the 80s.
Yeah, first one was created beautifully by Kemp. Second one was the pressure back on Harathgate. Fired down a wide half volley, which Kemp just threw the hands through. Made it look like the same shot, but very, very different ways of playing that shot over the offside. 13 overs to go then, 182 for 3. It does start to feel as though that 250 is on the horizon for the Steelbacks.
Most definitely, although the X-Factor bowler, Ellie Phillips, who you mentioned earlier, Dan, is back into the attack. For want of a better word, she was superb, wasn't she, in that opening 10 overs? Just bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16, just missing a wicket in the column on what has otherwise been a terrific day so far for the right arm seamer. Making a slight adjustment to the field. Fine leg is in the circle. 3 sweepers on the leg side as well. Wide long on. Deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Saver Clive on the reverse, lofts it over the top audaciously for 4. Well, there is that enterprise from the youngster. And what a time to bring out that style of shot.
Yeah, noticeable change here for the Steelbacks, isn't it? They really have gone up a couple of gears quite quickly. Phillips, as you say, has bowled so well in this game so far, has welcomed back into the attack. Goes to the boundary immediately. You can see the bowler back under pressure here. The double teapots are out. The conversation with the captain. Figuring out where to put those fielders. She's got 3 overs to go here until they can get a little bit more protection with 1 more going out to the rope.
It's brought about the immediate change in field. Deep third now in play. With long gone being sacrificed as a result. Flora Davies, brilliant. Saves a couple there with the latest effort. You can see here from Ava Clive and Amelia Kemp. They are starting to up the ante. An 88 partnership, 4th wicket. Timely as well. We say that a lot, don't we, Dan, about timing in cricket. So important. To wrestle back a bit of control. Kemp darts through for the single. It's almost been a runner ball as well. 89 off 90.
Yeah, well, it's accelerated, isn't it? The run rate has accelerated, which is exactly what the Steelbacks have needed to do. They've obviously identified this particular moment of the game that they want to try and put their foot down. You can sense, can't you, for the first time in this game, the Foxes just recognize that they themselves are under a bit of pressure here with 12 overs to go.
Well, it is something that Leicestershire will be acutely aware of heading into the run chase. The fact that if you give yourself time, there are runs to be scored on this surface. I can't say there have really been any demons in it today. It's been very, very friendly for the batters. And these two are cashing in. Kemp dances down yet again. And it's 4 more off the bats of the Northamptonshire opener. She is playing that shot tremendously well.
It certainly is. It's nice to see this acceleration for the Steelbacks as we go further into this fixture, into this first innings. They were asked to bat first.
Goes again. Beats the fielder at point. It's 4 more. Amelia Kemp moves into the 90s. And Northamptonshire inching towards 200 in this, the 39th over. Really showcasing so many different scoring areas here is the youngster. Plenty of runs, especially through the covers. 42 over the 92 have arrived there. Tarathgate has to change the angle. Goes fine on the sweep. It's misfielded by Emma Thatcher. Kemp is sprinting back for the second. She moves on to 94. The 200 will come up for Northamptonshire. And it is also the 100 partnership between Amelia Kemp and Ava Clive. Amazing work, but they are dialed in. Don't even take a second. Another single taken, but Clive could be short of her ground. No, she isn't. Couple of appeals there by Caitlin Chisel and the keeper, Lucy Weston. But to no avail. What an amazing, amazing partnership this has been, Dan.
It's been absolutely superb so far. 200 up for the Steelbacks as well. 12 or 11 and a bit overs to go. How much better can it become? That's going to help. That's a one bounce four over deep mid wicket. Runs are flowing now for the Steelbacks, and the Foxes under pressure.
They really are. And the question is, where does this wicket come from for Leicestershire? It feels like at this stage it could be from a mistake. Whether that's a miscommunication in the middle, which leads to a run out, or just a mistimed shot. But these two are connecting with everything so far. Clive can't quite get that beyond the fielder. It's only been half stopped. Two more to round out the 39th. Maple Harathgate will finish with figures of 2 for 63 from her 10 overs. And Northamptonshire are now 207 for 3.
Well, we wondered, didn't we, when that acceleration was going to come from the Steelbacks. Shown it pretty quickly over the last couple of overs. And so I mentioned the pressure that the Foxes are under. It was just one over, wasn't it, from Ellie Phillips, who had bowled so well. Had been going at less than 3 and over. My mistake. She is going to continue. There was a long, long chat between herself, the captain, and also Indira Singh as well. Who, of course, we've seen bowl, what's 4 overs, wasn't it, earlier today?
Yeah, number 25 for the loanee from Warwickshire. Oh, this has been a quite simply sensational effort from Amelia Kemp. Very, very highly rated youngster. Dual signed with the Yorkshire Academy for the 2026 season. Originally a product of the Hertfordshire pathway. Here she is against Ellie Phillips. Kemp once more going aerial. Will just fall short of Burka at long off. Thought for a second that may have just had a little bit more on it, and the Foxes captain was in play. 4 away from her first century in Northamptonshire colours. And you can tell at this stage it is very much Route 1 stuff for Amelia Kemp. She will want to reach those 3 figures with 1 Big mighty blow of the bat. She'll be desperate to get the strike back as well. Have no doubt about that whatsoever. And that'll help. Single out towards Prisha Tanawala. So just surveying the field here. Deep mid-wicket, long off, deep extra cover, and deep points. Just about dug out by Kemp. Expertly bowled by Phillips. Terrific battle this, isn't it? Between these two as Ava Clive just comes over. Maybe try and calm the nerves.
Yeah, don't panic. If it takes 4 scoring shots to bring this milestone up, take those 4 shots. There's still 10 overs to go, 60 deliveries to go and make an impact on this game.
Kemp turns that into a full toss. Charges down the wicket. I think she'll want 2 here. And it's very, very well ran between herself and Ava Clive. Kemp moves on to 98 from 108 deliveries faced. Can she do it on this ball? Feels like there is an air of anticipation. Here we go then. Phillips it is to Kemp. Kemp once more drives that down the ground. Will it beat Grayson? Yes, it will. She's run the first one hard. She'll come back for the second. And Amelia Kemp is a centurion for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It's her first List A century for the East Midlands County. She acknowledges the applause of the crowd. And she has timed this innings perfectly. Amelia Kemp, take a bow.
Very, very good. Amelia Kemp gritted it out in that power play, really struggled to get the timing of the surface early on this morning. Has grown as this innings has developed, as the scoreboard has moved on. She's got better. She's got that timing. She spent the time in the middle. She benefited from the skill and the brilliance of Kirk for that partnership, took that pressure off. Now with Clive doing a similar job, Kemp brings up a very, very well-made 100.
She most certainly does. Imagine that'll be doing the rounds on the Facebook, the Instagram for Nebworth Park down in Hertfordshire. Already a history maker, of course, in the Hertfordshire Prem. The first female cricketer to represent Nebworth Park. That was in 2021. Spoke about a journey already. The fact that she has been dual registered with Yorkshire, was previously on the pathway with Essex in 2018. Very, very highly touted prospects. And so too is Ava Clive. 47 from 53. You said it earlier, Dan. Just played a fantastic foil to Amelia Kemp.
Yeah, it has been a very, very good partnership. And at the time that Clive and Kemp came together, it wasn't exactly looking rosy, was it, for the Steelbacks? Drinks had yet to be taken at that point. These two have dominated the 15 overs afterwards as a 4 down the ground brings up the 50 for Clive. So milestones back to back here for the Steelbacks. As we get into these final 10 overs, the score is 219 for 3. What can they get up to? Very quick single take and excellently well run, putting that fielder at min-on under pressure.
Well, when they combine together in the middle, this innings could have gone very, very differently, couldn't it? At that stage, Leicestershire had all of the momentum, courtesy of April Harathgay, getting those 2 quick wickets of Kirk and Ascot. And there was a danger, wasn't there, that there could have just been a slip, a bit of a collapse for the home team. What we have seen since is a complete 180. At one stage, we're talking about 250, 260 could have been quite a difficult task.
Yeah, and you can see the timing now for the pair in the middle. This will be something that the Foxes can and should look at. Necessarily have to fly out of the blocks if it does take a little time to adjust and get the timing right. But Kemp in particular is really starting to reap the rewards of that gritty opening hour. 104 not out. If this pair stay together, which I appreciate will be an if. 225 for 3. I mean, we're going to be looking maybe up towards that runnable score that we initially mused and spoke about at the start of the day's play at 10:30. 9 overs to go.
Well, it gets to a stage now, doesn't it, which I suppose if you're Northampton, you'd be disappointed if you don't get up to 300. 75 from 9 overs is more than achievable, especially given who still remains, even after these 2. But so far, they have looked in complete and utter control. A 125-run stand for the 4th wicket. And Leicestershire now searching for something.
Oh, they're searching for a wicket is what they're searching for, isn't it? I don't think they're going to slow the Steelbacks down in any other way. What with the speed of this outfield. So Clive's been the real standout here, isn't it? Well, Clive and Kirk, they've walked out to the middle. They found that timing almost immediately. The others have had to really try and grind something out. Oh, that's gone. Bold. Clive went for the inventive and has been clean bowled here by Ellie Phillips. He picks up a very, very well-deserved wicket. My delayed reaction was I thought that just hit the wicketkeeper in the helmet with the noise, but it's a big wicket. The partnership is broken. Clive departs for 52. Now that could be something that just slows everything down here and brings the Foxes back into this game.
Most definitely. Really nice moment there, though. Just the acknowledgement from Ellen Watson, it was, who was coming around from the boundary. Just offered a high five there to Ava Clive. That really is a great, great effort. And one which has allowed for Amelia Kemp to showcase the best of her ability in her natural game as well. So, as you mentioned, Dan, it will be Gemma Marriott. She will stride out to join the aforementioned Kemp at the crease. And as you said, could just put a little bit of a stifle on the run scoring that.
Should do. because they won't want to lose 2 quick wickets here, will they? Kemp herself, the batter that's in, may just look to take a couple of overs here just to allow Marriott to get in and get the timing. Marriott's not really going to be able to afford to look at too many. And in fact, I mean, it could well be the tactic that with the wickets left and 8 overs to go in the game, Marriott gets 1 or 2 to have a look at and then has to go pretty hard pretty quickly. 225 for 4. Does get off the mark straight away.
Well, that is something which you can rely on Marriott to do. Doesn't tend to get stuck, does she? Might not be a flurry of boundaries to kickstart the innings, but she'll also rotate the strike and just find those gaps, keep that scoreboard moving before expanding a little bit later.
Down the ground, nicely played. It's going to be a long chase on here for the fielder to cut that off. Does very well. It's another 2. 2 a ball between here and the end will give the Steelbacks a very, very healthy first inning score here. 228 for 4. Change of pace. Well bowled. They'll look for 2, if not 4. Does the ball win? Brilliantly stopped down at deep point. There's going to be a couple. That is okay. Excellent bit of fielding down on the boundary rope to save 2 runs. Phillips now 8.5 overs, 1 for 36. How deserving is Phillips of a wicket to her name?
Most definitely. Also, just a mention of that fielding from Flora Davies as well. Really has put.
Offside again, diving attempt at point. Won't get there, won't cut that one off. Skewed away, and the spin did for Davies that time. Body on the line once more for the fielder on the rope. But a boundary to end the over. 8 overs to go. Steelbacks are 235 for 4.
Well, it was Davies again. I was just about to say that she's put in some wonderful stops today. Patrolling on that side, predominantly actually been the solo fielder. Out towards the scoreboard on our left. Get some company now in the form of Ellen Watson, who goes to deep mid-wicket. Davies pushed to deep backward square. But again, they do mount up. I reckon she's saved at least 8 or 10 runs today, if not more.
Oh, wides. That's going to miss everything. That should be 5 wides, I think. We'll look at, see what the umpire signals here. It's going to be byes. Maybe where Reed advanced at Thatcher just saved the bowler. But fortunately for Leicestershire, they won't have to reload and bowl that one again. Harsh on the wicketkeeper.
It is. It can be a thankless place, can't it? Behind the stumps. Certainly don't think that was the delivery that Thatcher was looking for.
Good take that time around. Gone, in fact. Brilliant innings from Kemp. Dismissed by Thatcher. You can really get a sense of the state of the game here, can't you? There was barely any celebration at all from the Foxes. with that dismissal of Amelia Kemp, who makes her way off with 107 runs to her name. I'm sure those that have made their way in the ground today will give her a standing ovation as she makes her way off. Brilliant innings for the Steelbacks. Superb work for Amelia Kemp.
Yeah, there's not really much that we can add, to be honest, Dan. A sensational effort opening the batting. It's very, very watchful in those opening 10 to 20 overs, and there was that level of acceleration. Batted ever so well alongside Michaela Kirk and more recently Ava Clive. And a first list A century for Amelia Kemp. What a moment that will be. Not only for a season, but for her young career as well. The confidence that that will give her heading into the future will be enormous. So we've both said it already. Amelia Kemp, take a bow. That really was a very, very special innings. The next batter in for the Steelbacks will be Lenny Sims, the Italian international.
Yeah, two new batters in the middle. That'll be what the Foxes were desperate for. Can they just restrict the Steelbacks in these final 7 overs whilst two batters get themselves in? They haven't got much time. They can afford themselves to maybe have a look at an over. Or one can. They're going to have to choose between the pair of them. It really was a very, very flat reaction to that wicket for Kemp, which, if you were a body language expert, would lead you to believe that the Foxes think that they are a little bit behind in this game. $240 for 5, 8 to go. 7 to go. Can they go at 10s from here? Short ball pulled away. Does it carry? No. Just about judges the bounce well. Keeps it inside the boundary with one hand. Again, short, edged into the body. Very quick single taken. End of the over. 7 to go. 241 for 5.
Well, for Leicestershire, getting both of these set batters out at this time, very, very beneficial. As you can see, it's just began to slow down that scoring rates. Still plenty of time here for Northamptonshire, of course. 7 overs is a lot. It's not by any stretch of the imagination the absolute death of this first innings, but even if it is just a case of these two having to see themselves in for, let's say, 4 to 5 deliveries, that mounts up. Really does, compared to what we were seeing, the swashbuckling nature of Kemp and Clive. Although these two can certainly smash a few boundaries.
Well, that's going to help, isn't it? That's going to be 4. I'll have a look to the umpire. It is signalled 4. Sims gets bat on it. I did wonder for a second whether it had just gone past the gloves. The keeper would have been unsighted for such a long period of time. Very fine shot by Sims. Gets 4 straight away. So they're certainly not giving themselves a huge amount of time to take a look here. They want to get in and impose themselves early and get on with it quickly. They're going to look for 2. They won't. They'll settle on 1. So they're not quite at that stage then, the Steelbacks. They're not desperately putting fielders under pressure. They're not prepared to risk runouts. 247 for 5. Obviously got the T20 captain out there in the middle with Marriott, who will be providing a lot of experience. And it is now kind of the back end of a T20 game, isn't it, for the pair of them? Down the ground, doesn't get all of it. Should just be one. Powerful down the ground. That's going to take some stopping. Grayson this time picks it up well. Saves 2. As a whole, you'd say the boundary fielding here for the Foxes has been exceptionally high, isn't it? Something that the Steelbacks are going to have to match in the second innings of this game. Gone. Sims misses it. Phillips hits. And another very subdued reaction to a wicket falling here. 250 up for the Steelbacks. It's 250 for 6 as Sims departs for 9.
Yeah, there is just a slight danger here, though, isn't there, for Northamptonshire, that the momentum is slipping away. They were very, very well set when Ava Clive and Amelia Kemp were together at the crease. Since then, wickets have fallen at consistent and regular intervals. Clive falling with the score on 225, Kemp with the score on 239, and Lenny Sims, the latest to fall, with that scoreboard reading 250. So, full credit to Leicestershire. They didn't allow the shoulders to drop or body language or indeed the confidence to be affected. You have battled back here and battled back rather commendably, mostly through Ellie Phillips, who deserves both of those wickets, by the way. The way in which she bowled in the opening power play was absolutely astonishing. But yeah, Northamptonshire just need a little bit of a partnership here to ensure that that positive position doesn't slip away in its entirety.
Yeah, agreed. I think whatever they get here, they're going to be in the game.
Yeah.
That's going to be a positive. And as I say, if they can bat through these 7 overs, they're going to end up with somewhere near 280 quite comfortably. Foxes will be desperately hoping that they can pick up 4 more wickets. But as I say, those wickets that have fallen in these final 10 overs have brought about very little to no celebration for the Foxes. Obviously, we don't know what they thought would have been a pass score or a fair score in this first innings, but 6 overs to go, 251 for 6. You'd think they were a bit behind.
Well, most definitely. When you look at where Northamptonshire were at drinks, they're 115. So since then, there has been a pronounced uptick in run scoring, and Leicestershire had them on the ropes. I think that's where the subdued celebrations and reactions have maybe just originated from. They know had they have got Clive or Kemp early, this would be a very, very different first innings by now.
Well bowled, well hidden. Keeper misses that one. That's going to be another 4 byes. And it is starting to get a little bit scrappy, a bit ugly here for the Foxes. So they've been quite noticeable through the effects mic through the course of the innings up till now. They've been up and about. They've been backing their players. They've been celebrating those moments, cheering those bits of fielding. Just the last few minutes. Gone again. That's going to be another 4. Nobody's stopping that one. Reed gets her first boundary. 259 for 6.
Well, that would be the other element which is worth mentioning. For as well as Leicestershire have, in particular, fielded on the boundary rope, some of the stops from Davies and Watson have been tremendous. Tanawala as well on the offside. There have been 22 extras, which is quite a decent amount. All of those coming via byes or wides. And again, they've just quietly ticked over in the background, you'd say.
Width on offer. Reed creates a bit more of an angle. Marriott, senior batter, just saying no, we'll take one. Down the leg side. Missed field on the 45. It's going to be a long chase for Davies, who has been brilliant today. Cannot cut that one off. It's gone through that fielder on the 45. Marriott gets another boundary, moves into double figures. Still 5 overs to go here, and the Steelbacks are 264 for 6.
With Marriott at the crease, 300 firmly on the cards for the Steelbacks. That will be a milestone they'll be aiming for, but from that position on 115 for 3 at drinks to already got to 260 with 5 overs remaining really has been a very, very strong effort from the Northamptonshire middle order. The key, though, they'll want to see this deep. The absolute, I don't want to say the worst thing, but something which they would be very disappointed by would be if they don't see out these 50 overs. If there is just a couple of quick wickets to tumble here, you don't want to be bowled out with, let's say, 10 to 15 deliveries remaining. Make sure that you're there towards the end and make every single delivery count.
Yeah, still 30 scoring opportunities, 30 scoring moments as spin comes back into the attack. And it picks up a wicket. Straight away, Tanawala gets her first for the day. She's 1 for 32 off 7.1. And it's the dangerous and the powerful Reed departing for 6 off 7. 264 for 7, the Steelbacks.
Yeah, lovely delivery that, wasn't it, from Prisha Tanawala. Reed potentially just caught in 2 minds there. Initially may have wanted to play that on the front foot. Instead was forced onto the back and just clips the top of off. A beautiful dismissal for any finger spinner up and down the country. And Tanawala, again, she has bowled well today, has looked dangerous with the off breaks in particular. And of course, it is that delivery that brings about her first wicket in the column as Ella Phillips strides out to bat and join Gemma Marriott in the middle.
So 3 wickets to go here. Still 29 deliveries. You would say, wouldn't you, at this stage, Steelbacks have to bat through the 50 overs. It would almost be, with the way that they built it and backloaded it, it would be borderline criminal to be bowled out with, say, 18 deliveries to go. And you're going to need as many as you possibly get because this is a very, very high scoring ground. Very quick outfield, very good cricket wicket. Other than that bit of swing that we saw early on, which would have been a lot of the breeze, there's been no demons in this at all.
No, completely agree. The bounce has been very consistent. We haven't really seen any keep low or any just bite off the surface. It's one of those wickets where you almost have to give yourself a few deliveries just to see yourself in.
down the ground. Another boundary for the Steelbacks. Score is racing along. Leicestershire well under pressure. It's a really hard one to answer, isn't it? But, I mean, what do you think Leicestershire were winning the toss, batting or bowling first? What do you think they were hoping they were going to restrict the Steelbacks down to? Was it that 250 mark, that 5 and over? Would it have been less than that? One is the call. It's very well fielded. Flora Davis once again. I mean, the obvious answer is you want to restrict them for as little as possible, but that's not really the answer. That's not really the question I'm trying to pose here.
Yeah, it would make it a very interesting question, would it?
2-7-2 over the offside. They will come back for 2 this time. Very well run. Marriott probably a bit quicker over the 22 yards, running to the danger end. Keeps the strike as well. 2-7-4 for 7 with 4 overs to go.
Just to pick up on that point, though, I would agree. I think 250, that would have been ideal, wouldn't it, for Leicestershire, especially given the position that Northamptonshire had found themselves in. But even towards the start of the day, maybe 270, 280. Anything around then. Steelbacks do look set to surpass that, though. Of course, now 274 for 7. Marriott 18 from 8. You said it yourself, Dan, a very punchy cricketer. Here's Gemma Marriott, the T20 captain. Anisha Patel, of course, captaining the side in the 50 over stuff. And don't discount the batting of Ella Phillips. We have seen it not only in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, but indeed in the T20 Blast. Northamptonshire have just required some valuable middle to lower order hitting. Phillips is more than capable of providing exactly that, as we just see a few of the players having a quick drink. I think that's a nice moment for us to just take a quick look at some of the other scores. So we'll head to Denbigh, where Worcestershire are 285 for 6 in the 46th over. Claire Boycott, the Worcestershire captain, well, she brought up a century. 108 from 127 deliveries, batted beautifully alongside Blaise Loney, Ella Claridge. She scored a quick-fire 93 in that game, so the Rapids very well placed for a high score at that ground. As for the game taking place in South Wales, Glamorgan 238 for 9 at the Knoll in Neath. Megan Sturge on loan from Hampshire. Well, she was the standout with 63, but 2 wickets apiece for Poppy Tulloch, Kira Green, Bella Johnson, and 3 for Anna Buckle. Just seeing Glamorgan picked back after what was an excellent start from the aforementioned Sturge and captain Lauren Parfitt. And last but by certainly no means least, at the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury, Middlesex, well, they have bounced back tremendously well. The Saxies 260 for 5 with 6 overs of the innings remaining. Saskia Hawley and Riva Pindoria both scoring 50s. Artemis Downer is currently on 48 not out from 37. So, yeah, the London side well placed to score 300 plus in that one. And that was very well timed.
It was.
We are ready to get back underway.
Absolutely. The other game of interest as well, Steelbacks taking on Surrey down in Guildford. Bit of a disaster for the Steelbacks, are 180 for 5. I think they've just gone and lost McSweeney and Bartlett in consecutive balls. Bartlett run out at the non-strikers end for 62 and McSweeney bowled by Benji Flores for 64. Bit of deja vu cricket to what happened down at Canterbury earlier in the week for the men down in Guildford. But it looks like after a delay, we are ready to get the final 4 overs complete here. Marriott and Phillips do the heavy lifting at the back end of it. Chisel, who's been expensive, given the responsibility to bowl out from the David Capel end. Just chipped back over the bowler. Probably just one, and is missed times by Phillips. Never really got there, the ball. Threw the shot so early, just managed to angle it enough that it landed safely on the leg side. Full toss, straight in the air, should be taken. It's gone down. Marriott gets a life. The simplest of catches goes down. 277 for 7. Marriott moves to 20.
Well, that really is a reprieve. It's Becky Brooker, the captain.
Leg side heave. Watch the spin on the rope. Very, very well stopped. Down at deep mid-wicket. Ellen Watson down on the rope this time. Brilliantly well stopped. Couple more added to the tally. Definitely got 300 in their sights, the Steelbacks. That will take some chasing. But they've still got to get there. 21 runs to go to get to that 300 mark. Big gap down at deep mid-wicket that I'm sure Phillips and Marriott will be eyeing up if they're given an opportunity to. There it goes towards that fielder. One bounce. Good comeback there for Chisel. Should have got the wicket. 280 for 7 with 3 overs to go. Big appeal for OEW. Nothing from the umpire. Down the leg side, up into the air, will land safe. Just be one more. Marriott uses her feet, stylish, down the ground, one bounce 4. Beautiful looking cricket shot from Gemma Marriott. She moves to 24. Score up to 285. Brings about a change in the field as well. Big, big gap at deep mid-wicket once again. One quicker and flatter in response, and just one taken. This field, Steelbacks may feel as though they missed out, but Marriott had to turn and make her ground before she could think about taking the single. Still a good over here for the hosts. End of the over. 2 overs to go then. 288 for 7. Who's going to be the happier of the two sides?
Well, I think it's a rather obvious answer, isn't it, Dan? And that will be Northamptonshire. The way in which they've bounced back has been terrific, hasn't it? And even here, they just needed a little bit of a flourish towards the end of the innings, and Gemma Marriott's provided exactly that, striking over 200. So, yeah, the Steelbacks, they'll be very pleased. Of course, for Leicestershire, though, they've just got to look at this and go, well, a couple of big partnerships for us, and we're also well and truly in the game.
Gone. Phillips goes this time. 8 down now for the Steelbacks. It's another wicket, or the first wicket for Chisel. 1 for 22. Good partnership, though, at the back end of the innings here for Northamptonshire. Marriott's still there, 25. 287 for 8 as Anisha Patel, the captain, joins Marriott in the middle. And at this stage now, I'm going to say that Patel just needs to stay there. Get Marriott on strike as often as she can. Don't face dot balls. And make sure that these final 11 deliveries are batted and are utilised. 287 for 8. Unless, of course, the Steelbacks think they're well over any kind of par score. But I don't think that would be the case. Short and wide. Well, that's going to help. That's better than getting Marriott back on strike. That's 4. Patel striking at 400. Off the mark straight away. Short and wide from Chisel. Bit of a rank one at this stage of the game. And Patel just helps it on its way. And picks up another boundary. As I say, there are a lot of pretty unhappy figures being cut and cast by those Foxes fielders. 291 for 8. Changing the field as well as the fielder drops down beneath us to protect that deep third boundary. It's the leg side. They might look for 2 here. They should come back. Marriott with a full toss. We'll just take 1. You wouldn't really have said that any of the bowlers have bowled particularly poorly, would you? I mean, Harathge started really well, but has ended up going at nearly 6.5. Grayson gone at 6s for the 4 overs. Thanawala 5.45. There is a call for 2. That probably just be 1. $22 extras as well. That's potentially an expensive one. 12 wides, 10 buys. Oh, it's beaten the fielder on the inside. Slow to react on the 45. It's going to be another boundary. Handy, handy runs for the Steelbacks. Still an over to go here at the Cinch County Ground in this first innings. The Steelbacks now are 294 for 8. with Marriott on 26 off just 13 and Patel 6 or 4. You gave me a puzzled look when I mentioned the extras. Was it extras related, or were you puzzled by something else?
I was puzzled by something else. I thought there may have been 7 deliveries bowled in that over. That's what I was puzzled by, Dan.
I'm sure the umpires and the scorers have got it nailed on, haven't they? Final over of the innings then is going to be bowled by the finger spinner of Tanawala. That's going to be a big call for 2. Should be 2. As Patel sprints back for the second. And a round of applause as Northamptonshire bring up the 300. 300 for 8 with 5 deliveries to go. Now, with the way that Tanawala's bowled here, you're thinking, can I get anything to help it over that fielder at short fine? Going to be just 1. Fielder at long on is very wide. You've got an option to go back over the bowler's head. Slight change in the field for Marriott. Can Marriott create something and go up and over the offside? Doesn't. Does get it past that fielder at short fine. It's going to run up towards the dugouts. Big chase on. Very well stopped on the boundary rope. Another 2 added to the board. Three deliveries to go then. Anything now is absolute bonus territory. Quicker, up into the air in the leg side. There'll be a cry of catch. Oof. Well, they've run 2. That has absolutely clonked Gemma Marriott between the shoulder blades. And it is 2. Two deliveries left then. Aaron's still figuring out whether that over has 6 or 7 deliveries in it. Pace off over the offside. Brilliant batting. 4 runs for Marriott. That shot to the back of the shoulders hasn't impacted Marriott's ball striking, just to make sure Anisha Patel gives her a good pat on the back to just help the bruise come out. 1 delivery to go then. Marriott just quietly here, 38 off 17 deliveries.
Oh, it's been exceptional, hasn't it? Really, really clean ball striking. Got that second life, dropped on 20. Since then, there has been 0 looking back.
Yeah, 1 to go. Absolute free hit for Marriott. Advances, strikes through the offside, puts the fielder under pressure, who does well. They should come back for 2, actually. The overthrows stopped it brilliantly well. And then that pressure that the Foxes have been under for a period of time here today at the Cinch County Ground, showing once again at the end. End of the innings, 50 overs done then. And the Steelbacks finish on 311 for 8, having been asked to bat first here by the Foxes. So the Foxes, as they walk off, will have to think about chasing down 312. The highlights on the scorecard, of course, Amelia Kemp, 107 off 115 deliveries, including 12 fours. Michaela Kirk with a very stylish 45 or 57. Ava Clive, wonderful partnership with Amelia Kemp, made 52 herself. And then finally, right at the end there, Gemma Marriott, 40 off just 18 deliveries, just to help that first innings score further along. Wicket takers, 2 for Phillips, 2 for Harathgate, 1 for Tanawala, 1 for Chisel, and 1 for Thatcher. Aaron, should we take a break? We'll have our lunch and we'll be back for the run chase. The Foxes will try and set about chasing down that score of 312 here at the Cinch County Grounds.
Welcome back to the Cinch County ground, where we are almost ready to get underway in the second innings of this Women's Metrobank One-Day Cup encounter between the Northamptonshire Steelbacks and the Leicestershire Foxes. Brought to you live, of course, right here on the Steelbacks TV YouTube channel. As we saw a little bit earlier on, well, Northamptonshire scored 311 for 8 from their 50 overs. So the target for the Foxes will be 312. It will be Rebecca Brooker and her opening partner who will take strike for the first delivery, Prisha Tanawalla, to kickstart the innings for the visitors. And Mabel Reid has ball in hand for the Steelbacks. You're listening to the voices of myself, Aaron Files, and Dan Jadzovic on this super sunny Sunday at the Cinch County ground. We are almost ready for the action to resume. Here we go then. Reid to deliver the first ball of the reply. Starts off well with a dot ball. Just looking at the field, it's a 6-3 spread in favour of the offside. The two fielders, of course, allowed out as a result of the first 10 overs power play restriction, are down at deep backward square and deep third. Plenty of protection through the covers and at point. And Dan, I know that you posed the question just prior to the innings break of who would be the happier of the two sides. I think we were unanimous in saying that it would be the Steelbacks. For Leicestershire here, what can they do to just provide them with a boost of confidence? What do you think would really bolster their chances of taking this game far?
Well, I don't think they need an exceptional power play. I don't think that's the case at all. I think the big thing for them is how patient are they prepared to be? Are they prepared to wait for that spell of less than excellent bowling that they can capitalise on? Or are you prepared to get in? Are you prepared to see 30, 40 deliveries before you think you need to accelerate?
That will be the first run, courtesy of Tanawalla.
How far are you prepared to let that required run rate climb from 6.2 before you blink, before you panic? The pitch is good. The pitch is a very good cricket wicket. We saw 600 runs scored here on this same surface the other week when the Steelbacks played the Bears in the opening round of the One Day Cup. We've seen 311 scored in the first innings. It's a good pitch. There's no demons in it. The outfield is lightning fast. If you're prepared to get in, you can score.
Most definitely. And I suppose the textbook example of that school of thinking would have been Amelia Kemp. Scored 107 from 115 deliveries. Got off to a very sedate start by her standings, but really began to just quietly shift through those gears as the innings progressed. That one too wide for the standing umpire's liking. Of course, the other thing that the Foxes will be hoping for, even if it doesn't have to be ridiculously fast scoring, will be a solid base, courtesy of their top order. Real mix of youth and experience with Brooker and Tanawalla. Two very effective right-handers at the crease. That is a pretty strong start for Mabel Reid. End of the first over. Leicestershire are 2 without loss.
Yeah, it's a professional run chase that's going to be required here, isn't it? It's not one that you're going to be able to go out and get through quickly. It's also not one that you're going to be able to really kind of dig in against and try and take deep. You're going to have to manage this through these 50 overs. You're going to have to stay relatively in and around. I don't think you're going to want to let that rate climb much above 8s. I think that's going to be the limit that you're going to be able to get to, because a long period of 10s is going to be a remarkably good effort to go and chase that down. So they're probably going to be able to afford themselves to let it drift for a little bit. But to go at six and a bit and over for 50 overs, but having that scoreboard pressure is going to be what they're going to need to manage.
Most definitely. But they have had, I don't want to say the advantage, but they've had the luxury of seeing how a side has batted first on this wicket. And that partnership, first and foremost, the one between Kirk and Kemp was very impressive, but the one between Amelia Kemp and Ava Clive was absolutely sensational. Slight adjustment in the field as well. Long leg is in play. Bethan Robinson has ball in hand to bowl the first over from this, the Lynn Wilson centre end. That starts off by overstepping. So the result of that will be a free hit. Tanner Waller, the batter on strike for it. And Tanner Waller plays that one superbly well. Just drills it along the deck. Really long pursuit on for a couple of Steelbacks fielders. This one, which was never going to be won by the side in blue. Dan, you spoke about it earlier, the outfield, well, it is lightning.
Yep, it is. You get it outside that 25-yard circle, it just isn't being stopped, is it?
No.
Half a bat on it is good enough to find the rope. It was nicely played down the grounds. Tried to go for the Yorker, tried to get that block hole. But Marriott's wide there, isn't she? At kind of a mid-wicket rather than a mid-on.
Good to see Bethan Robinson back, though. Of course, we've spoken already about a couple of players who have that Warwickshire connection. Robinson, no different. Been playing quite a bit for the Bears Academy in 2026, in addition to a role here with the Steelbacks. That one too full. Easily clipped down the leg side for a single.
Yeah, it's that bit of extra pace from Robinson, isn't it, that has the potential to make her quite the handful. I don't know whether, well, I don't think she's going to get the assistance out of the surface to really become a demon with this ball in hand.
That one just carved away by Brooker, who'll get off the mark with a four, slashed away down towards deep backward points. Nice starts for the Leicestershire captain. The Foxes move on to 12 without loss.
And there's the risk of the extra pace, isn't it? That's absolutely flown off the outside edge. There is a fielder down there trying to protect that deep third boundary, but it's only one or two advertising boards away and got nowhere near it.
Good riposte there by Robinson. Rounds out the over with a couple of dot balls. So Leicestershire remain 12 without loss. Good to see quite a few people tuning in to the YouTube channel. Massive thank you as always for your company. If you haven't already, do hit that subscribe button. Having looked over the course of the innings break, we ticked over to 97.1 thousand.
Oh, here we go.
Which is fantastic. Getting closer and closer to the big 100K. Every single subscription does matter, and it's completely free, of course. All it means, you get those notifications, you know when the Steelbacks are back in action as Reed. charges in here to Tanawalla, who plays that delivery very nicely through the covers for 4. Not looking to overhit the cricket ball, instead just strokes it through the gap. It races away to the rope.
Yep, too full, too wide. Needs to drag that length back. That area that, similar to Robinson did at the end of the over. And the other thing as well, Aaron, we need to know where people are tuning in from.
Oh,
you forgot
absolutely.
to ask. You didn't say the line.
Yet again, a little bit wide that by Mabel Reid.
You didn't say the line. I thought you were going to say the line.
But yeah, do let us know. Do let us know.
We've had a Lincolnshire and a Kettering so far, I think, haven't we?
We have indeed, yep. Siraj and Shrug. Yeah, let us know. Where in the country, where in the county, where in the world you're tuning in to the coverage from. Let us know as well if you've been playing any cricket over the course of this weekend. The weather continues to be stunning here in the UK. Myself and Dan, we do enjoy all of the interactions. Real privilege to be able to add our voices on top of the pictures, as always. Really nice way to spend a Sunday as well, watching some county cricket. It's Tanawalla, carves it away for 4 more. There's no protection. Down towards deep points. So far from Reid, just pushing it a little bit too wide, allowing Tanawalla to just open up on the offside.
Yeah, it's not been good from Reid, has it, this over? Not got the radar right. Could argue and say trying to push the ball up there and give it an opportunity to swing, which is fine, but the line has been wrong so far here too. I think the big difference between the pair of opening bowlers is there was very little pace from the Foxes' opening pair. So they were really able to utilize that breeze to allow that ball to drift, whereas Reid and Robinson, that bit quicker, they won't be getting that pronounced lateral movement on the breeze. But 3 overs done, 20 for no loss.
Of course, the other really fascinating aspect for the Steelbacks will be the spinners. The likes of the captain, Anisha Patel, Ella Phillips, Lenny Sims. Feels like those overs could be critical as well for the side in blue. Here's Robinson then. It's more just pushing that wide this time against Brooker.
Did you notice much turn on the surface for the Foxes spinners?
There wasn't tons, but from time to time, especially from the leg spinner, Harathgate, she was getting the odd one to grip. Which is what you always just want as a leg spinner. It can actually be a little bit more dangerous. Very full by Robinson. It's one of those where if it isn't turning and then suddenly one just turns, really does bring you into the game. And Anisha Patel does get it to turn as well. She gives it lovely flight and drift. Gets it above the eye line. Eventually, Leicestershire openers do sprint through for the single. Beth Ascot was there, hence why there was that slight degree of hesitation. Northamptonshire, how they would love to have an early wicket here. That's just well played by Prisha Tanawala, who looks in very, very good touch here, especially through that point region, driving it square of the wickets and driving it with great efficiency so far. 4 more for her tally. Leicestershire move on to 25 without loss.
Good power play so far, isn't it? It's only, what, 7 runs behind what the Steelbacks were able to do in their opening 10 overs. They were 32 for 1 after 10, I believe, if my memory serves me right.
What does Robinson have in store for the reply? Well, it's a wickets. That's exactly what Northamptonshire were hoping for. And Prisha Tanawala has to go for 18. Robinson just dragging back the length ever so slightly. It was spooned straight to square leg. And the Steelbacks draw first blood in the run chase. Leicestershire 25 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. I'll tell you what, Dan, Nisha Patel's side, they will be absolutely delighted about that.
Yeah, very good start. Good reply from Robinson. Went straighter. I think that was more important than the actual length. It was straighter, wasn't it? And Tanawala, who'd been brilliant putting away those full deliveries, just didn't really commit to anything there. She didn't commit to leave it. She didn't commit to play the pull shot. She got a bit stuck and could do nothing but leave the bat on it to avoid being hit. And the ball just ballooned up for the simplest of catches to Ascot at square leg. That's a big breakthrough. 25 for 1 after 4 overs.
I think that is a really good point. There was just a little bit too much width, wasn't there, for Tanawala early doors. Just allowed her to not necessarily throw the hands, but almost just guide the ball away through the offside. It's a real area of strength of her game. That is the end of her innings in the run chase. Coming into bat at number 3 then for the Foxes will be the wicketkeeper bats, Lucy Weston. Very solid start though for Northamptonshire. Been hoping for an early breakthrough, and that is exactly what they've got. Here's Reid. On that occasion does just take a slight bit of pace off. Both spoken about the wind direction quite a bit today. From this, the David Capel ends. It's favouring the in-swing. So blowing back into the right-handers. That's the full toss, though. And just bludgeoned away through mid-wicket by Brooker for 4. Easy pickings for a player of her class and calibre. Leicestershire move on to 29 for 1.
Yeah, just got enough bat on it to get over the fielder at mid-wicket. Well put away.
Ball and straight. Turned behind square. With a better throw, that could have been an opportunity for a run out at the non-striker's end. Weston just caught slightly off balance coming back for the second run. Just wasn't the direction to get Reid in position. Slightly shorter. Played very adeptly that by Brooker. 4 more off the bat of the Foxes captain, this time through mid-wickets. No protection out there whatsoever. Picking up where Tanawala left off.
Yeah, Reid just hasn't really been able to settle on the line or the length here, has she? She's gone too full and too wide. Tanawala, she's tried to go straighter, but she's gone too short.
Even that could run away. Will just be a single, though, down towards Ella Phillips. Didn't quite go as fine as I initially thought it would have done. Phillips had just taken a few steps to her right. Amelia Kemp also out there at the backward square. Still a 6-3 for the offside. Weston will not get off the mark straight away. 5 overs have been bowled then in this run chase. Leicestershire 36 for 1 in what is a pretty substantial run chase of 312.
Yeah, good start though, despite the early wicket. Big wicket as well. Tanawala was timing the ball very, very nicely, using that extra pace that Robinson and Reed are offering here with the new ball. Steelbacks didn't make use of their power play. Foxes so far have had a good start to it. Can Robinson get another one?
She went with that delivery. Turned very fine around the corner, picks up plenty of pace and beats the dive of the fielder coming across from long leg. Really did generate plenty of extra pace on that and no chance whatsoever for Mabel Reed.
As well put away, wasn't it? Just on the hip. Again, not the greatest bit of bowling. Just helped on its way around the corner. Got it fine enough to beat the fielder at long leg. It's almost that choose your poison type thing, isn't it? You had those 2 opening bowlers for the Foxes that were slower but accurate and kind of relentless on where they landed the ball each time. But then you've got that bit of extra pace and X factor and excitement here from Robinson and Reed, which has caused for the wicket to fall, that bit of extra pace. But naturally, you just don't get that same level of control, do you?
No, you don't. And it is almost the double-edged nature of the seam bowler's sword. When you do have that extra, even if it's a couple miles an hour, it does make a difference. Allows the ball to just create a little bit of extra velocity. It flings off the bat. Slightly short again. Turn behind square and turn behind square handsomely for 4. Well, Brooker is seeing this cricket ball very well. These early passages of play. It's one of the big things in cricket. If delivery is poor, it's about putting it away. You've got to capitalise, and so far, Leicestershire going at 7.8 runs per over. Already dragged that required rates to almost below 6. Still plenty of encouragement though. As you can hear, Chloe Hill behind the stumps. Anisha Patel, the captain. Six overs have been bowled. Leicestershire 44 for 1. One thing that you would say though with Brooker, even though we've seen her predominantly dealing in boundaries, that's not necessarily just her style of play. She's someone who, in theory, and it would take a very good effort to do so, but she'd be happy to bat for 50 overs. I can tell you that with absolute certainty. She just wants time in the middle, and it's just been a case of the deliveries which have gone for 4 have been admittedly poorer deliveries compared to other ones that she has faced. So Mabel Reed begins her 4th over. Plenty of batting in the ranks as well for the side in black and red. Laura Davies, Ellen Watson, Caitlin Chisel, Sophie Grayson. Indira Singh can certainly bat too. That one really well stopped by Anisha Patel. Diving like a football goalkeeper, just tipping it round the post. Bethan Robinson does the cleaning up, single added for Lucy Weston, who gets off the mark.
Yeah, it was a brave stop, wasn't it? Diving into those wicket ends. I mean, they're horrible places to spend your time fielding. Not only because you can't be sure as to how the ball's going to react, but serrateds might be too strong of a word, but they're not nice places to be spending too much time on the floor in. So a good stop, good brave stop. It was timed well too. I think the Foxes will be pretty happy with where they are right now. I think the Steelbacks will be pretty disappointed with the way that they've used this new ball from the 6.5 overs that we've had. Yes, they did break that opening partnership, but Robinson's going at nearly 7s. Reed just under 6.5 runs per over.
Well, that's what we've seen just a little bit too much so far, is the width being provided. They're not really wicket-taking deliveries as of yet. That's a better area, though, bringing those stumps into play. A very solid over from Mabel Reed. Just 1 run conceded from it after 7 overs. Leicestershire are 45 for 1.
Yeah, a long way in front of where the Steelbacks were at the end of the power play already. It feels like it'll be a game for the spinners here, won't it, for the Steelbacks? The 30 overs of Patel, Sims and Phillips bowling in tandem with one another with the field spread. Are the Foxes going to be able to keep going at 6s against those 3?
Very good start this to the over by Robinson. And this is something which Thatcher and Phillips did very, very well for Leicestershire early doors, bowling in tandem, getting those dot balls, building. Staggering 45 of the first 60 balls bowled in this match were dot balls. Only one of those was a wicket-taking one as well.
That's an exceptional statistic.
Well, we leave no stone unturned here on Steelbacks TV. Lots of counting on a screen that took.
Pens and papers.
Counting on
Tallies.
fingers as well.
You even took your socks and shoes off, didn't you, to make sure? Those extra digits. I did draw the line when you asked to use mine, though.
But yeah, we'll provide you with a comparison at the end of these opening 10 overs. And of course, a score comparison as well. Well played by Weston. Race away for 4. Again, a couple of Northamptonshire fielders go after it, but such is the nature of this outfield. It goes into a gap. Chances are it's gone for 4. Leicestershire 49 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of calls of save your legs from the boundaries, wouldn't there? At various grounds around the country with an outfield like this and a wicket like this as well. This must be one of the best pitches to bat on in white ball cricket at the moment around the country. This is absolutely glorious for batters. Craig Harvey and his team here at the Cinch County Ground doing a wonderful job preparing these surfaces and what's been obviously a very challenging summer with the lack of rainfall. The lack of rainfall during the summer and the relentless rainfall before the summer started. We had about 50 days straight, didn't we, of rainfall, I think, in the UK earlier this year.
We did.
Which sounds ludicrous now that we're all edging our way towards hosepipe bans and things like that.
And that will bring up the 50 for the Foxes. Arrives off the bat of the captain, Rebecca Brookett. She moves on to 25, so it has been a very solid start, this. By the side in black.
Yeah, been very good. If you had a side-by-side comparison, the Foxes would be well ahead by now.
Rifled away.
That's not going to help, is it? Full toss outside off stump. Reed struggling with the radar again. Patel, who made a fantastic stop the over beforehand, couldn't get near that one. Races away for 4. I think we are going to get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end when we get to that point.
Reed responds with a dot ball. Well, we shall reveal the score comparison at the end of the 10th over. What we can tell you already, Leicestershire are ahead of where the Steelbacks were. Latest delivery bowled a little bit too wide. Also interesting, we shouldn't really have any threat of rain today, but the DLS is currently 55. So Leicestershire absolutely bang on that target so far.
You know me too well. Love a bit of DLS. It is just such a brilliant measure, isn't it? In a run chase in white ball cricket. It's such a fantastic tool that I don't think, unfortunately, it doesn't get used enough because it doesn't rain that much, but I don't think it gets used enough. I think it's a great extra little piece to have, keep an eye on.
That'll be a dot ball to wrap up over number 9. Leicestershire 55 for 1.
I asked you this question when the Bears were here, and I said, did the Bears need to bowl Northants out to win that game of cricket? Do the Steelbacks, 311 on the board, do they need to bowl the Foxes out?
Am I right in thinking that very, very similar scores as well? 312, wasn't it?
It was.
In that Warwickshire game. It does feel slightly different, this one. I think that if you get through the middle order with the score on, let's say, about 200, I think Northants could probably contain. But in an ideal scenario for the Steelbacks, they would be bowling out Leicestershire here. Because we've seen that throughout that first innings, it was partnerships. That was ultimately what swung the pendulum a little bit, as we see a change of bowling then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. A little bit of off-spin courtesy of the ever-dangerous Ella Phillips. Starts off straight away. Bringing the pads of Brooker into the equation. Very, very impressed by Phillips this season and last season as well. Gives it plenty of flights. Scythed away through the vacant deep backward point region for 4. No protection down there whatsoever. Lenny Sims was at point. Goes off. A fruitless pursuit. But going back to Phillips as a bowler, really good variations of both pace and, of course, of a line as well. That one a little bit too wide, though.
Yeah, with the field set, she's going to be going pretty straight here, isn't she? Those 2 sweepers out on the leg side. No protection on the offside at all. What with this being the last over of the power play.
A single will bring about the conclusion of the 10th over. So Leicestershire are 60 for 1, Brooker on 30, Lucy Weston on 9. And we did promise that side-by-side comparison at the same stage. Northamptonshire Steelbacks were 33 for 1. When it comes to those dot balls as well, this is the interesting thing, actually. There isn't too much between them. There really isn't. So we saw 45 dot balls in the first 10 overs of the Northamptonshire innings. In this run chase, we've seen 41.
Wow. See, 45 didn't surprise me. 41 does.
It does, but there's been a lot of boundaries. That's been the difference. A lot of the run scoring so far has come courtesy of 4s. There's not really been too much running between the wickets. You look here for Brooker, 6 boundaries for her, 2 for Lucy Weston, 4 for Prisha Tanawala. And suddenly, you can understand why.
Here we go then. Kemp into the attack. The century maker starts with a wide. Reload, go again. Yeah, I think it's when those deliveries from the Steelbacks have been off target, they've been off target, haven't they? And that bit of extra pace as well. Let's not forget that that will be a contributing factor to the speed at which the ball has reached the rope. Cricketer here should be high on confidence right now as Anisha Patel throws the ball to Amelia Kemp. Fantastic 100 earlier on in this fixture. Now there's a job to do with ball in hand as the breeze picks up once again here at the Cinch County Grounds. Full toss into the leg side, should land safe. Got away with it, really. Did Brooker. Didn't really commit to the shot. Fortunately got enough bat on it that it fell into no man's land. Any more and it could have travelled all the way down to the fielder on the boundary. Any less, Chloe Hill with the gloves on would have been very, very interested in getting underneath that one. Chance, no, over the fielder. Should be a couple. Phillips does the fielding. Although having been run out earlier today by Amelia Kemp, how interested would Chloe Hill to be underneath a catch? You can't be mad, can you? After you've been run out and you've gone and watched the person that ran you out score 107, you can't be, you're not allowed to be mad.
No, absolutely not. And it was an amazing moment, wasn't it, for Amelia? A maiden list day century and one which was richly deserved as well. Well, she really paced the innings spectacularly well.
Did indeed. Trying to hide that ball outside the off stump. Getting very, very close and tight to that blue line outside the off stump of the Foxes batter. Beautiful as it nicked it. They have. Kemp gets the breakthrough. The century maker strikes again on the scorecards. The Foxes are 2 down for 64. And it's the Foxes number 3, Lucy Weston, departing for 11 off 17. And we spoke about DLS a moment ago. What changes it is wickets. That has shot up from level par to 87. Now, Steelbacks have another one in the hutch and a big breakthrough.
Huge breakthrough, and when it's your day, isn't it? For Amelia Kemp, goodness me, played ever such an important role with the bat in hand and already contributing with the ball, just 5 deliveries into the run chase. So full credit to the Northamptonshire youngster. Again, for Leicestershire, it will be a little bit frustrating because that could have been a crucial partnership. This, for me, is probably the biggest one of the game, I must say. Flora Davies is a wonderful cricketer. Spoke earlier about Prisha Tanawalla and her getting her Golden Fox. Well, Flora Davies was the first Leicestershire women's cricketer to be awarded with it. Someone who's been involved in around the setup for a number of seasons now. Very proficient and adept run scorer, someone who can certainly bat for time and accumulate runs with ease.
Yeah, in at number 4, joins the captain in the middle. They do need one of those partnerships. That's going to be wide, so that will help. That will start off this partnership between Davies and Brooker. Standard at which Davies set for herself and her teammates out on the boundary rope in that first innings was phenomenally high. Dot ball to end the over. Successful one for the Steelbacks. 11 overs complete now as the clouds roll over the county grounds here in Northampton. 65 for 2.
Just some score updates as well from the other games taking place today. Let's head to Denbigh, where Derbyshire have just lost the 3rd wickets in their pursuit of 305 against Worcestershire. The Falcons are 45 for 3. 2 wickets for Jess Beach and 1 for Amy Maund. So Worcestershire firmly on top in that game. As for the match taking place at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury, Kent are 31 for 1. In pursuit of 307 against Middlesex in the informed Cocoa Streets. has gone for 20. As for the final game taking place here in League Two, that's at the Knoll in Neath, where Sussex had a very solid start. More on that after this ball.
Now, Phillips continuing the spell. Yeah, what is going on in Neath?
So the Sharks, Sussex that is, 86 for 1 in the 18th over. They require 238. That is the target for the victory. So 152 of the final 32 overs.
Brilliant. 4 runs. Just drops the bat on it and punches it through the offside. It's a token dive, really, from Sims at point. No protection out there. There's a line here, isn't it, for Sims that's got to be so right. Any width on offer. As I say that, they are going to go and protect that offside boundary. So it's 3 outside the circle now for the home team. Oh, full toss. I was going to say gets away with it, but I think she's ended up stopping that with her face. Hopefully Phillips is okay. Steelbacks physio will come on. She completely misjudged that. We wish her all the best. Hopefully okay. 69 for 2. How about down at Guildford? What's going on at Guildford?
Yeah, we can certainly keep you updated with that one as well. So Northamptonshire, 254 for 8. That was what the Steelbacks finished up with from their 50 overs. Reply has now started. Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel at the crease for Surrey. So the home side of 26 without loss. So yeah, we'll keep you up to date with proceedings in that one as well. Yeah, we'll just have a pause in the action here as Phillips just gets a little bit medical attention. Just a painful one. How the ball ricocheted off the palms. Just looking around the grounds, I don't think there's been any further wickets from what we've just touched upon there. One thing that I would say, though, Dan, at this stage, Becca Brooker, she is seeing the ball very nicely, isn't she? We have got access to the wagon wheel and incredible amount of fours, I should say. Already in this innings, 7 boundaries. So 28 of her 35 runs have been from fours.
Yeah. You don't need to do anything more, do you? There's just value on offer here. You can get it outside that 25-yard circle. As we've said numerous times throughout the day, you're getting 4. There is so much value for your shots. You have to say the 2 Steelbacks seamers up top didn't bowl particularly well together. I don't think we can hide away from that. There were scoring opportunities all around the ground for that opening 9-over spell from Reed and from Robinson, but you still got to put them away. You've still got to score it. And the Foxes captain has done that very well. They will be hoping here that the change of pace with Phillips, who I suspect probably needs to leave the field here, to go and get a bit more medical attention. Hopefully all is okay. And we get to see Ella Phillips back out on the field later on this afternoon. They'll be hoping that a bit of spin here is the key to unlock this innings from Brooker.
Some really nice sportsmanship on display as well from both of the Leicestershire batters. Immediately straight away, Davies was asking the question, just checking if Phillips was okay, and even there, Brooker just making sure as she exits the field of play. You never want to see that, do you, in this great game of ours? Of course, we do hope to see Ella back on the field a little bit later on. Yeah, just needs a little bit of treatment. Gemma Marriott will finish off the 12th over.
Three deliveries left in this over, which, as you say, will be completed by Gemma Marriott. So change of pace, change of look for the batters. There are plenty of bowling options out there, aren't there, for the Steelbacks? So they've got that bit of flexibility. I'm sure Marriott would have bowled a spell during this game, regardless of that injury to Phillips. How important that injury to Phillips. We will obviously see as this match unfolds. Short and wide, cut away, misfielded. 4 runs, completely misjudged the spin down there, attacked the ball, made a bit of a howler of it, and it's 4 to end the 12th over. 73 for 2. And Brooker's assault on this target of 312 continues. So camp continues from the David Capel end. Starts with a good Yorker. It's underneath the bat of Davies, who, with that injury delay, possibly be starting to think that she's been out there for a little while without being able to get off the mark. Only faced 2 deliveries. Still that squeeze on from the Steelbacks. Just 3 fielders out. And a wide called. Certainly hogging that wide line as close as she can, but she's overstepped it, I think, 3 times now in this spell. We mentioned the extras in that first innings and how important they might be. Another one added to the tally. So that's going to be 7 extras in this 12.5 over old innings already from the Steelbacks, in comparison to the 22 that the Foxes put together in their 50. When it's on the money, Amelia Kemp is proving to be a real handful here for Davies, who's still yet to get off the mark. But it's an elongated over. It's 2 extra deliveries in it already. How often is it that one, if not both, of those extra deliveries end up costing you? Davies is off the mark, 7th time of asking. So the innings is underway, and it is the end of the 13th over. Score is 76 for 2 as Davies keeps the strike. Captain Brooker and on striker's end. So let's have a look and see what Anisha Patel decides to do in the absence of Ella Phillips. I think it was just going to be the 3 deliveries from Gemma Marriott. And we are going to go back to spin. It will be Lenny Sims to take over from Marriott and the unfortunately injured Ella Phillips from the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
Just as we wait for Sims to get ready to bowl, a couple of wickets have fallen. One in Neath, where Sussex are now 95 for 2. Izzy Collis been clean bowled for 24. As for the game down in Canterbury as well, Kent now 45 for 2 after 9 overs. Kelly Castle, the latest Kent batter to go. Derbyshire still 3 wickets down at Denbigh in their pursuit of 305 against Worcestershire.
Pace off for Sims. Same result though, 4 runs through point. It's been a very, very productive area for the Foxes so far in this run chase. Another boundary, that time to Davies. Nicely played, nicely guided. 80 for 2.
Well, it's funny you say that, Dan, because through point and backward point, just trying to do the maths on that now, 33 runs of the 80 have arrived via those 2 regions. So plenty through the offside, in particular, those 2 scoring zones.
Yeah, well, they're not going to protect the rope at this stage, but they are going to switch a couple of the cricketers. So they've got 2 fielders there at point, and yet the Foxes still able to find it as a very productive area. You could see Davies was just trying to manipulate that one through that gap on the offside once again. Swept. It was a cry of catch, but Kirk electing just to err on the side of safety. With those runs on the board, makes absolute perfect sense to do so. Full toss. Misfielded. It's going to take a good bit of stopping if it keeps it from the rope, and it doesn't. Poor bit of fielding there from Bethan Robinson. Just let the ball go through the hands. And once it gets through, it's not being stopped, Aaron.
No, it isn't. It's incredibly, incredibly quick off this outfield. There's zero frictional resistance, really, off whatever little grass is remaining. As we said, it's been so hot in the UK. So there isn't any moisture for that ball to almost latch onto, create that little touch of drag.
Good reply from Sims. Good end to the over, despite conceding a couple of boundaries. 85 for 2. It looks like Kemp's going to continue from the David Capel end.
If I was to ask you, Dan, the boundary percentage right now, so how many of those 85 runs have come courtesy of fours?
85, 90.
That's not a bad shout, slightly less.
Okay.
75%. Even so, that is a very high boundary percentage.
Yeah, particularly when you take away the 7 wides out of it as well. There has not been much running between the wicket, has there? Or what's not been needed for the Foxes pair. Well, I can see Ella Phillips back out of the dressing room, which is great news. That one's cut away behind point. Robinson back under pressure, does pick that one up clean this time. But the bad news is Ella Phillips is walking around the boundary edge with an ice pack firmly affixed to an eye or a nose. Hopefully okay. Certainly the Foxes here finding the timing of this surface. Captain now on 43. Edged away, guided away by Brooker. It's just one this time. Robinson back into the action. I think that so far, that shot there, Aaron, is exactly the blueprint for this surface. Be prepared to play that cricket shot. That's okay, because you know you're going to get opportunities to score. You know they're going to be there. Half an opportunity to score with the size of the playing surface, the speed of it, the way at which the ball kind of comes onto the bat off the surface. So that one's going to probably be 4 runs. 2 fielders there for the Steelbacks weren't able to keep it inside the rope. And it is another 4. Case in point. Defend, respect the good deliveries. You know you're going to get an opportunity to score. You know that it's coming, and put it away. 4 to end it into the 90s.
Most definitely. Lovely shot that as well, isn't it? Just almost leaning back a little bit, carving it away. The placement on that was excellent. because there was protection out there. Two fielders, and neither of them could make up the ground in time, restrict or prevent the boundary from being scored. So, no, it has been a terrific start, this, for Leicestershire. Spoke about them keeping that required run rate in check, and stands at just 6.3, so they are very, very much in contention.
Very much in it, aren't they? The spin continues. Imagine getting to roll this wicket up and bat on it each week. It's like, it's behaving the same way as like a snooker table would. It's so just nice to bat on. As that's a full toss outside off stump, and that's going to gather pace through the offside and be another 4. Poor delivery from Sims. And Brooker's not overhit it. It's just punched it, left the bat lent on it through the offside. It's 4 more for the Foxes.
It's been a very quick-fire 48, hasn't it, for Rebecca Brooker? It's taken just 44 deliveries.
I think this is the thing with this run chase and what could / should have been said. A couple of boundaries every other over. It's pretty achievable without taking risk. I think that's the thing. You can, that's why I mentioned it at the time of being a runner ball. It's a runner ball, almost risk-free cricket. You know you're going to be able to catch up, but have you got the patience? Have you got the mentality to take the scoreboard out of your minds? It sounds incredibly kind of dumbed down to say, but you've just got to bat. If you bat and you're out there for a long period of time, you're going to be getting very, very close to that score. And I dare say if Brooker is there at the end, the Foxes are over the line.
Yep, completely agree. She's batted incredibly well so far. So after 16, Leicestershire are 98 for 2. Looking on the stream, apologies if the score hasn't quite caught up with us just yet. I think the score bug is slightly behind. Yeah, so just for confirmation, the score here at the Cinch County Ground is Leicestershire 98 for 2. Brooker is on 49 and Davis is on 13.
It's camped to continue from the David Capel end. 3 overs, 1 for 16 so far. Brooker finds that very, very productive gap in the field. And as such, brings up her 50 as well. 50 for the Foxes captain at a runner ball, or just better than. Excellent start here for the Foxes and their captain.
Tremendous start, and 40 of those runs have been from boundaries. That is quite staggering.
It's that gap through backward point once again. What's the run percentage through point and backward point now?
Well, that's an excellent question. I can tell you. So 41 of the 102. Sorry, 41 of the 142. Make that 42 now that it has updated. There you go again.
Yeah, and that's in a better spot. They might come back for the second there. Robinson manages to pick that one up cleanly. It's funny, isn't it? Cricket's a cruel game. Mother cricket speaks so much about, but there's that misfield at mid-on from Robinson. And since then, the ball has just followed the tall, fast bowler around this outfield. You stood there on there going, just don't just give me half an hour to not see the ball again, and it just keeps finding its way. Well picked up, well stopped by Sims at point. It's too wide once again. Be the 7th wide of the innings. So the extras for the Steelbacks resulting in already nearly an over and a half of extra cricket for the Foxes. That's going to be nicely timed, but Sims in the business. I think it'd be fair to say you want to put 3 of your best fielders in and around point, backward point, and protecting that boundary today. Foxes are targeting it. End of the over, 17 have been complete. The score is 102 for 2.
The one worry that I would say for the Steelbacks here is still that boundary percentage. It's hovering around about 72%, which is staggeringly high. And yes, the outfield does have a rather large role to play in that, but just been coming with far too much consistency so far. It's one of those situations where, especially early on in the innings, you almost want to be building that pressure, don't you? So far, Leicestershire are there or thereabouts. Currently going at 6 runs per over, the required rate just 6.4. You spoke about it earlier, Dan. You don't want it to be going to 7.5s, 8s per over early doors. So hasn't quite been the desired squeeze as of yet.
Not yet. And it's going to require Anisha Patel to find a bowling partnership to make that work. And it hasn't done so far. Got to be tempted, surely, to have a go at spin from both ends to see whether that helps. But the difficulty she's now got is Ella Phillips fit and able to return? Have they lost 9.5 overs of spin through that injury that we saw earlier on in this innings? One through point. Just the one, well picked up on the rope. End of the over. Relatively quiet one for the Steelbacks. 104 for 2 of 18. That's what They need a string of those, don't they? They need to just quieten Leicestershire down for a period, for a passage of this run chase. It will be a look at spin from the David Capel end as the captain herself, Anisha Patel, comes into the attack, replacing Amelia Kemp. 4 overs, 1 for 20 for the century maker from the first innings. Picking up that second wicket, breaking that partnership, but now it's over to the skipper. Davies now on 15, Brooker on 52. A bit of extra bounce. Swept away. 4 runs. I think it would be fair to say he should have been stopped. Misread the spin, potentially. Misread the line of it. Handy 4 runs for the Foxes. Davies on 19 now. Swept once again. Kemp will get an immediate opportunity. Ooh, very, very close. Nearly dragged back onto the stumps from the Foxes captain, Brooker. Manages to stop it before it gets anywhere near. And that DLS score, for those that find it as fascinating and interesting as I do, currently 110. So the Foxes back up to where they need to be. So they take 1 more. End of another over. 19 done, 110 for 2.
Well, they have been assisted by some mistakes in the field by Northamptonshire. We did see, especially for the first half of the Steelbacks innings, Leicestershire's ground field was really good. It was top-notch, to be completely honest, whereas we haven't seen that same level, especially when it comes to the boundary fielding. That's been one of the key differentials. They still, admittedly, it is still the earlier stage of this run chase. There's still plenty of cricket remaining, but 202 from 186, that's more than achievable, especially with 8 wickets still remaining. You've got your captain out there who looks in tremendous nick, and Flora Davies, as we know, she can score very big as well. Northampton just need to tighten up those standards in the field, as we've been used to seeing in prior rounds of this year's competition.
Yeah, I think the big question for Anisha Patel is, where did she find those overs that Ella Phillips was going to bowl? Do they look to bowl Gemma Marriott a bit more? Is there another option for a bit of spin if they need it? Have they got an option as an injury replacement? Could that be another spinner that helps the Steelbacks? I think I did just hear that Anisha Patel confirmed to Lenny Sims that Ella's going off, I think is what I heard. So best wishes from Steelbacks TV to Ella Phillips. Hopefully it's a speedy recovery. And we'll see her back on the field very soon. But I must admit, I'm not quite sure what the delay is at this stage of the game. Because there must have been a substitute fielder out there for Ella Phillips anyway. Unless it is the formality of nominating the replacement fielder. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that might be Liz Russell that's just entered the field of play. So we'll confirm it when we get confirmation, but I think Ella Phillips has been replaced as an injury replacement by Liz Russell. So by all intents and purposes, Anisha Patel has got some more overs, but there will be seam up from Liz Russell, won't be the finger spin of Ella Phillips.
Well, even so, that there were still 5 bowling options, including herself. Of course, Lenny Sims, as we're going to see here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, Robinson, Reed and Kemp. So let's wait and see. That is definitely Liz Russell.
After that slight delay, we are ready to get back underway here as we get towards the end of this second block of 10 overs in the run chase. Nicely bowled. Oh, close. Big appeal for OW given. The breakthrough comes. It's spin to win for the Steelbacks. Sims traps Davies on the crease, LBW for 20. Huge moment as another partnership is broken. It's 111 for 3. Nelson strikes again.
Certainly does. And a timely wicket that for Northamptonshire. The partnership building very, very nicely between the pair of them. It was just approaching 50, wasn't it? They came together with the score on 64 for 2. Davies had looked very comfortable out there in the middle. But Sims, not for the first time this season, breaking a key partnership. Quite similar as well to the timing of what we saw of those pair of wickets in the first innings, of course. It was Michaela Kirk towards the end of the 21st over, just stifled and stemmed the flow of runs towards the drinks break. So the Steelbacks will be hoping for something similar as Ellen Watson joins Rebecca Brooker out there at the crease. Unsurprisingly, Anisha Patel, the captain, will continue from the David Capel end. That will just inject an extra sense of belief and confidence for the side in blue. If they can get Brooker, I'd argue that the pendulum has swung in Northamptonshire's favour. Here is Patel then. Will not get a wicket with that delivery. Beats the dive of Lenny Sims, and I think that may be going all the way for 4. There's a tiny little pocket out towards deep backward point, and he just nestles against the rope. Brooker, an 11th boundary for the Foxes captain.
Yeah, the question now for Brooker is, to the shoulders, are they strong enough to carry the weight of the expectation of the team? Feels it's almost all on Brooker at this stage. You need a close to, if not over, a 3-figure score.
Goes on the sweep. There's an appeal from Anisha Patel, and Rebecca Brooker is gone. Well, it's an old adage in this great game of ours. One brings two, and both of the established Leicestershire batters have gone in very quick succession. This one, a massive moment in the run chase. Brooker goes for 58, and Leicestershire now 115 for 4. Patel, she was convinced, went up for the LBW appeal straight away. She knew that that was going on probably to slide into leg stump. Very, very similar feel this to what we saw in that first innings, where Northamptonshire at that stage looked as though they were in complete control, were pegged back by a couple of wickets. And the same now can be said about Leicestershire. They need to rebuild as Sophie Grayson strides out into the middle. And well, a lot rests on the shoulders of these two. Same with Caitlin Chisel as well, who we'll see a little bit later on. Imagine she'll be the next Leicestershire batter to enter the fray. Speaking a little bit more about Ellen Watson, of course, a Scotland international, a proper 360-degree scorer as well. I've seen her execute many a paddle and scoop, reverse scoop, ramp shot. Really is a box of tricks. It's a big moment for Anisha Patel, the captain leading by example. Grayson will get off the mark straight away.
Yeah, I think the Leicestershire captain might have felt a little bit hard done by on that LBW against Anisha Patel. She felt as though the ball was going on to miss leg stump.
Does go on the sweep. That's Watson's turn to get off the mark. It's fascinating, isn't it, what a couple of wickets can do, not only in terms of how that score now looks, but also when it comes to the scoring rate as well, because these two will know they can't afford to go hammer and tongs, all guns blazing for the next few overs. There does have to be that almost plateau in the run scoring, and all that will do is increase the pressure a little bit later on. that required rate, which was hovering around about 6.2, 6.3, has already climbed to 6.7. But these two can be very quick scorers. Grayson, very destructive cricketer, and Watson, the innovator. Right on cue, makes room outside the off stump, just paddles it over the shoulder for 4.
Yeah, it's that lack of pace, wasn't it, that time from Sims that's allowed Watson to get inside the line on it so early. He almost had to wait for the ball and then just shoveled it and scooped it around the corner. Pretty comfortable 4 in the end.
That one very full. Grayson, alert to it. Scamper through.
Nice reply, wasn't it, from Sims? Much quicker, much flatter.
A lot fuller as well compared to the previous one. But that is Ellen Watson. That's exactly what she does. You can imagine she is an absolute nightmare to bowl to when it comes to those field placements. Looking here for Grayson as well. Short mid-wicket and short cover in play. That one far too wide by Lenny Sims. The end of this over as well will give you a couple of score updates because things are moving very quickly in League Two. Grayson there, playing it nice and deftly. Just a dab down towards 3rd for 1. The wickets are tumbling. Sims rounds out the over with a dot ball. 22 have gone in the Leicestershire run chase. The Foxes 124 for 4. Well, speaking of run chases, let's head back to Denbigh, where Derbyshire are now 6 wickets down, 119 for 6 to be specific, in pursuit of Worcestershire's 304 for 8. Just looking at the wickets there. 2 wickets for Bryony Gilgrass, 1 for Meg Bishop. So Worcestershire well and truly on top in that battle of West versus East. In South Wales, Sussex, well, they're going along at a very good rate. They have now been pegged back by a flurry of wickets. The Sharks 146 for 5. They need 92 in order to beat Glamorgan. Tell here bowling to Grayson. Nice delivery from the Steelbacks captain. Wickets for Charlotte Lambert, Gemma Porter and Katie Cobb have just stifled the run rate. And as for the other game taking place, this in the southeast at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury, Kent 117 for 3. We have just lost the wicket of Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones for 44. Dismissed by Saskia Hawley. Plenty of flight there. Another appeal here for Patel. Hill also joins in. Standing umpire does not agree. Grayson can just carve that one through point for one. Fielded by the injury replacements, Liz Russell. Watson drills that one. Arrow straight for one more. Grayson will finish off the over by scoring a single. Leicestershire 127 for 4 after 23 overs. Still require 185 in order to secure the victory. Oh, that's a wild delivery from Sims. No ball. One bounce for. Goodness me. Signal straight away by the umpire. Not how she intended that one to be delivered whatsoever. Mere millimetres away from creeping over the boundary rope as well. Grayson, of course, will remain on strike for this free hit.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, an official warning for Sims.
Grayson, couple of steps down the track and lofts it over extra cover for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. A kickstart the 24th. And this is the power that Sophie Grayson possesses.
Yep, stylish cricket shot, wasn't it? Shimmied down, created the angle. A lot of pressure back on Sims here. Conceding 11 from the opening delivery. Is that the moment that allows the Foxes to get back into this run chase?
Grayson again lasers it, this time through the covers for 4. Turned it into a full toss. Really good proactive batting this from the Foxes all-rounder. And Sims now is being put under the pump.
Yeah, under pressure. 2 overs or a bit over and a bit to go before drinks. Foxes not blinking.
Grayson goes again. Beats the first fielder, wisely turns down the single. Goes back up, form of Ava Clive.
Yeah, Nisha Patel did well enough, didn't she, to put that shadow of doubt in the mind of the batters.
Watson will retain the strike for the final over before drinks. 24 have been bowled. Leicestershire 142 for 4.
Yeah, sloppy over all round, I think would be fair to say. Head high, full toss to start with. No ball, free hit, put away, full toss outside off stump, missed fields. And then just to add insult to injury, a bit of a wild throw from Robinson to round that over out.
It will be Anisha Patel. Watson goes on the reverse, executes that one perfectly. 4 runs. They set off for the 2, but I think deep down, maybe not even that deep down, they knew that was going for 4. Just ambling down towards the non-striker's end. I must say I'm slightly surprised that there isn't a little bit more protection down there here for Anisha Patel. Clearly backs herself if Watson does want to go on the reverse. Instead decides to go through mid-wicket. No run scored. And this is the advantage for Leicestershire. They've got 2 players here in the middle order who love playing spin. Grayson, very much a destructive power hitter, likes hitting down the ground, inside out over cover. Watson scores a lot of runs behind square. Even that right there, just the quick drop and run onto the leg side. Well communicated. Chip this time through mid-wicket by Watson. Will be the final delivery before drinks.
How are you seeing it? Halfway stage of the run chase.
I think it's very even. Leicestershire still have batters to come. Grayson sweeps that one sweetly behind square. And the 150 will be brought up for the Foxes. 25 overs have gone 50% of the way in this run chase. And Leicestershire are there or thereabouts. As we have the drinks break, myself and Dan will take a quick breather ourselves here on Steelbacks TV. We shall return in a couple of minutes as the run chase resumes here at the Cinch County Ground. So there will be a change of bowler from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Will be Gemma Marriott replacing Lenny Sims. Saw Marriott bowl those 3 deliveries to round out Ella Phillips's final over of the game. The off spinner sadly having to be replaced due to injury. Just caught the ball on the bridge of her nose. We are, of course, wishing Ella all the very best of luck. Hopefully she'll be back for the next game as well. Pivotal weapon in the arsenal for the Steelbacks. Here is Marriott then. Chloe Hill unsurprisingly stood up to the stumps. It's a common ploy utilised by the side in light blue. A 5-4 split on the offside. Dan spoke about this earlier as well with the DLS. No threat of rain, but theoretically, Leicestershire now 25 runs behind. Could do with a partnership. Tidy start here by Gemma Marriott. Aside from Amelia Kempens, Ava Clive, Gemma Marriott also one of the standouts with the bat. Really was a blistering 40. Arrived from just 18 deliveries. Included 6 fours for good measure. I've already seen Amelia Kemp, the Centurion, get a wicket early doors. Marriott will be hoping for the same. And Watson again just surveys the field. Looking overhead, decent amount of cloud cover. The sun peering through intermittently. Still a rather stiff breeze as well, aiding the in-swing. Those deliveries that just tail back in to the right-handers. It's not been a consistent breeze though. It's tended to switch direction at a moment's notice. Just something for the bowlers to be acutely aware of. But this has been a very solid restart for Gemma Marriott and the Steelbacks. Good shot. Nice roll of the wrists, and Watson calls back for the second. Well judged by the Scotland international.
Very good running. I thought Kemp had done enough there for a second, but the speed at which they completed that second run was exceptionally good. So you reckon this is about pretty 50-50 at this stage? Be your assessment of the situation?
Yeah, on hashtag VilesViz, I think it is.
VilesViz.
Yeah, 158 from 144. Just boils down to this partnership, though. Feels like if these two can get that required rate touching around about 6s, with Chisel, Singh still to come, I think Leicestershire will fancy their chances, but a lot rests on these two in particular. And for the first time in this game, we will be seeing the injury replacement, Liz Russell, coming onto bowl from the David Capel end, of course, replacing Ella Phillips, who departed the field of play a little bit earlier on.
I think that's the partnerships is the highlight there. And I think that's the big difference between the pair right now. Partnerships for Leicestershire so far have been worth 25, 39, just shy of 50. And then obviously this one here, which is creatively, I think, edged through square leg for one. This one here worth about 40 now. Steelbacks had that one for the second wicket that was worth 84. There was the one with between Clive and Kemp worth 125. And they had those contributions with Marriott and the tail to get up to that score. They need these two to stay together for a while. They need 100 partnership, don't they?
Most definitely. As we saw between Kemp and Clive, Leicestershire will need something similar, because the difference is they don't bat as deep as Northamptonshire do. Northampton could have that almost waggle of the tail. So far, Grayson, very impressed with these little drops and runs. Good communication between the pair. There's very little hesitation or indecision. Plenty of clarity in the calling.
Yeah, it's Phillips, Singh, Harathgate, Thatcher, and Chisel to round out the 11 for the Foxes, with Watson and Grayson going well.
It would be interesting to see Watson batting with Chisel again, because those two put on 118 against Gloucestershire, the match-winning partnership for the East Midlands outfit. As I said, there is still batting to come, but especially the experience of Watson really is a key cog here for the visitors. This could be out. Oh, it's just dropped. Excellent effort that by Gemma Marriott, charging in from the long on boundary. Just dipped on it at the wrong moment. Great effort though.
Yeah, brave again, isn't it? To go and throw yourself at it, running in towards it. It's a collision of two forces. I think it went in the hands, didn't it? And then maybe on impact on the ground, just bounced back out again. Terrific effort.
It's what you'd probably describe as a half chance for Gemma Marriott, if not a three-quarters chance, because I think you are right. But I think it was just as it dipped. Really difficult, those, because even if you do get the fingers underneath, you've got to be careful with your elbows. Otherwise, it just pops out. Alas, it wasn't to be, though, for the Steelbacks. 27 overs have been bowled then. Leicestershire, 158 for 4.
Yeah, good effort by Marriott. And I think an indication as well as to where the Foxes see themselves in the game. Maybe just feeling that they need to create a boundary rather than wait for it. Bit of a squeeze on here for the Steelbacks. 2 catches in. Short mid-wicket, short cover.
And gone. Gemma Marriott has disrupted the timber. Partnership has been broken, and Sophie Grayson will depart the field of play for 23. A brilliant delivery from Marriott. And that is a big moment in the run chase as well. Just as the partnership was continuing to build, accumulate and develop, it has been brought to a very quick halt, courtesy of the Northamptonshire all-rounder. Leicestershire now 158 for 5, and Gemma Marriott has her first wicket of the game.
Yeah, wicket to wicket for Marriott, bringing the stumps into play. So they're just deciding to go back, trying to play a good length ball off the back foot, but trying to pull it through there as well. Just never got quite as much bounce as she maybe thought it was going to. top of off stump, wasn't it? Knocked backwards, 5 down, the Foxes for 158. Big wicket, big breakthrough as Grayson departs for 23.
Caitlin Chisel comes into the equation. As I said, this was the partnership against Gloucestershire. For those of a Leicestershire persuasion, be hoping for something similar to take place here at the Cinch County ground. But Marriott so far, must say, has bowled very well. 1 wicket for 8 runs from 10 deliveries bowled. Very, very good stuff. Precisely what her captain, Anisha Patel, was hoping for as well. Chisel can't quite get off the mark straight away. Of course, the other interesting aspect here, will it impact Watson's batting? Because we have seen a lot of those, what you'd say, are unconventional shots. I mean, for Ellen herself, that is her natural game. Loves the scoops and ramps and reverses. Oh, width provided by Marriott and a good take by Chloe Hill.
But now it is that scoreboard pressure, isn't it?
Yep.
It's that needs the eye on. And I know DLS fascinates us. Have you looked at it lately?
I did indeed, yeah.
205 currently, if it were to be called off right now. Those wickets that have fallen, and with the batters left, start to put this in the favour of the Steelbacks, but as you say, a dangerous pair in the middle.
Appears as though we are getting closer to our first results of this Super Sunday in League Two. Derbyshire 152 for 9 at Denby against the Worcestershire Rapids. Still require 153 for the theoretical victory. Good stop by Lenny Sims. Saved at least a single. Of course, in reality, that game, it's a case of when will Worcestershire get that final wicket. Still 20 overs to go in that one. 22 to go here in Northampton. Leicestershire 159 for 5. Sussex also just beginning to steady the ship. Kira Green and Bella Johnson sharing a decent partnership here. The Sharks 197 for 5. They need 41 of the remaining 12 overs to taste victory against Glamorgan in Neath. And down in Canterbury, Kent 145 for 3. Rachel King has just brought up a half century from 51 balls. The Horses require 162 runs from the remaining 24 overs, with 7 wickets still to spare. Here's Russell. Oh, brilliant work from Chloe Hill. Huge appeal and not given. Well, that was phenomenal from Chloe Hill. But Chisel must have just dragged the foot back into the crease. Oh, I was going to say shot. Didn't quite have the elevation on it. Just falls short of Michaela Kirk mid-off. Also provide you an update from Guildford at the end of this over as well. Single taken through the covers. And for the first time in this game, Dan, that required run rate has crept above 7. That has been rifled over the top of mid-off. Wasn't timed exceptionally well, though. Just plugs a little bit in the surface. First real time we've seen that today. Still a couple more to add to Watson.
Yeah, didn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat on that one. And it didn't really commit to the front foot, just hanging back.
One more run added down to long on. Also provide you with an update from the Upton Steel County Ground as well. Leicestershire also in action in the men's Metrobank One Day Cup. And that was not where Chisel was intending it to go. Dot ball, though, no further damage done for the Foxes. The visiting side are 163 for 5 after 29 overs. So let's head first and foremost to Woodbridge Road in Guildford, where Surrey are 147 for 2 after 25 overs. They require 108 runs off the remaining 25 overs to taste victory against the Steelbacks men. As for that game taking place at the Upton Steel County Ground, well, Leicestershire are in all sorts of bother. They're 61 for 4 after 14 overs. Lancashire put together a monster 383 for 4, mostly down to Keaton Jennings. So it looks as though it could be a tough afternoon for both of the men's sides of these respective counties. Keep you posted if and when those results do come in. Short, wide, slashed away, but excellently stopped down at deep backward point.
That's Bethan Robinson, isn't it, on the rope, who's been involved in the action a lot during the game. Did very, very well to get down to that one. Sure, she'll be thinking about having another spell of bowling at some point. But when you've got the control of Marriott, it's going to be really tricky, isn't it, to convince Anisha Patel to go elsewhere. Quietly, Gemma Marriott's having a decent day out here. 1 for 10 off her 2 and a bit overs that she's bowled, plus that 40 off 18 deliveries at the end of the innings. It's going to be one of those performances on a day that your teammate goes and scores their first list 800. You don't really get mentioned in many match reports or write-ups, but it's a performance particularly the 40 off 18, that deserves plenty of credit and acknowledgement.
100%. If you put it in context here, 146 is a lot better than requiring 106, isn't it? That's the difference. It wasn't just the fact that she scored 40 runs, it was barnstormingly quick. So that will be the end of over number 30. Leicestershire are 166 for 5. The Foxes require 146 runs from the final 20 overs if they are to get another win on the board.
Yeah, finally poised. I think it would be fair to say the Steelbacks have got their noses in front at this stage. Require 146 at 7.3 runs per over, going at around 5.5. And for the last 5 overs, the Steelbacks have managed to drag this back too. They've restricted the Foxes to 17 to 1 for 1 after the last 5 overs. So you get a bit funky from Watson, chips that into no man's land, and it might even be 4. It's such a long way down to that boundary rope. It's such a quick outfield too. They'll run the 3. Good chase. Economical start to this over for Liz Russell. 2.5 overs now, just conceding the 13 runs. 141 required from 117 is the equation for the visitors here at the Cinch County grounds. That's going to be a wide. Russell will need to reload and go bowl that one once again. Through the offside, beautifully played, cover drive, 4 runs. Excellent timing, stylish cricket shot by Chisel. Width on offer once again, should be cut off. Will just be 1. That's going to be 4. Punch through the leg side. Expensive over this for the Steelbacks. The Foxes just grabbing hold of this run chase once again. 181 for 5 off 31 overs, 19 to go. Marriott continues. Anisha Patel not able to pick that one up, but gets away with it. Wide called. Important to keep this inside the rope, and not able to do so. Going to be 5 wides. I think that's Russell down there. Just not able to get down and stop it. $187 for 5. Good recovery in this over despite the 5 wides earlier on. Oh, close. Umpire not interested. Only Marriott and Hill went up in appeal. Not joined by the other Steelbacks fielders. Good take by Chloe Hill to end the over. Dot ball, 187 for 5, 18 overs left. Good partnership building here for the Foxes. So Russell will continue from the David Capel end. Keeper up to the stumps. Nicely bowled. Good start to the over. Chisel on strike on 11 off 20. Watson 29 off 27 at the non-strikers end. Partnership worth 29 off 28. They have managed to just drag that required run rate back below 7s. Whipped on offer, just 1. Nicely played once again. Now that they've wrestled themselves back to below sevens, they've kind of got an opportunity here just to stabilize, just to rebuild, knock the ball around. If it goes at fours for a period, that's okay. Give Chisel an opportunity to get in and get the timing of the surface, and then look to attack this final part of the run chase. Needing 312, and that is really going to help, isn't it? Russell stuck a hand out in vain, bunted down the ground for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it, by Chisel? Plenty of power from that bottom hand, just muscling it beyond the outstretched left of Liz Russell. Valuable boundary as well. Completely, just to echo what you said there, Dan, Leicestershire can afford just to almost rein it in a little bit.
Yeah, not for long, but they've given themselves an opportunity here just to allow this partnership to get going. Get in, get the timing. As we saw with Amelia Kemp, it all became easier the longer you were prepared to stick out in the middle. Short ball, 4 runs. Put away dismissively. Not really quick enough to be challenging. Chisel up top. It's Liz Russell. And it's going to be another 4. So 2 boundaries in the over, 10 off it. Really, really helpful, really handy runs for the Foxes.
Most definitely. Just chipping away, aren't they? With these overs so far. Not only that, with those shots that we've seen, pretty low risk as well, just because of how well timed or placed they were. Nisha Patel, deep in conversation there with Gemma Marriott. He really has bowled with excellent control so far.
Short ball pulled away, muscle, 1 bounce 4. Now that was dismissive. Rocked onto the back foot quickly. Wasn't hugely short from Marriott, a bit of a drag down. Powered away to bring up the 200 for the Foxes.
Yeah, that was an almighty strike, wasn't it? Just clubbed away by Ellen Watson. Disdainfully dispatched. We have also got an update from Denbigh. Worcestershire have beaten Derbyshire by 101 runs, despite a final wicket stand of 50 plus between Beth Slater and Rhiannon Noling-Davis.
Gone. Great response. Straight through Watson. Boundary out. Marriott strikes again. 2 wickets now for Gemma Marriott. And 2 massive wickets as well. Grayson for 23. And now Watson for 34. Huge moment in this run chase as the Foxes are now 6 down.
Enormous moment. Ellen Watson, the last quote-unquote specialist batter. Chisel, the all-rounder, and now you're getting into that middle to lower order. Still with 111 runs required for the victory. And Gemma Marriott, just to almost piggyback off a point that you made earlier, Dan, is having a fantastic day. Swashbuckling 40 earlier on, and 2 huge wickets in the context of this run chase as well, and timely ones for Northamptonshire. Just breaking these partnerships before they've been allowed to develop into those mammoth stands that we saw a little bit earlier on from the Steelbacks themselves.
Yeah, Steelbacks have broken the partnerships, haven't they? Every single time they've started to develop. That was starting to look promising, getting towards the 40s. Broken once again. Ellie Phillips, the new batter for the Foxes, 201 for 6. 16.4 overs to go, or 100 balls. Quick maths that, I'm not quite sure why. The field as well, set by Anisha Patel. 5 inside the circle, 2 of which are on the square. Walking in, putting a real squeeze on. Marriott's very excited with that one.
Well, it has been very aggressive captaincy, hasn't it? Throughout this chase, almost a near continuous presence of short cover and short mid-wicket.
It's going to be close if she's not hit it, but I think she has. A couple of noises through the microphone. One of them sounded particularly woody. Good this from Marriott, though. Challenging the stumps. Underrated quality, that wicket-to-wicket bowler. You miss, I hit kind of mentality. That's okay. You don't mind the batter playing around their front pad into the leg side. Down the ground, should just be a dot, and is. Very, very good over for Marriott and the Steelbacks. 202 for 6. With 16 overs to go. That over there feels like it swung massively in the favour of the hosts.
100%. Completely agree, because Watson, it's not just the fact that she scored 34 runs there, it's how she scored those runs. The 360-degree hitter. It's really difficult to set fields to it. And especially towards the death, if those runs were just ticking slowly down and down and down and down, she was getting the odd boundary every over. Just plants a seed of doubt into the back of the minds of the bowlers, the captain. So that's why I said it was a timely wicket, not allowing Watson to be there for the final 10, 15 overs. Really couldn't have come at a better stage of the game for Northamptonshire. Hence why the celebration was so vociferous.
Anisha Patel back into the attack. Six overs left, the captain. fortune for the Foxes. Genuine turn and bounce from Anisha Patel. A thick outside edge. Adds another couple of runs for Phillips. It's very close. End of the over. Dot ball to finish. 35 overs complete here at the Cinch County grounds. Score is 204 for 6. Foxes need 108 from 90. Required run rate 7.2. So still in this run chase, but just those 4 wickets left now. A lot of work to do for Chisel and Phillips. It's going to be spin back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end as well, maybe saving a few of those overs of Gemma Marriott until the end. As Lenny Sims returns. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38 so far for Sims in this game. Start to the over, 2 dot balls. Run rate is going to soar here for the Foxes if they're not able to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Tries to get creative. Beth Ascott does well at short mid wicket. Very quick single take and barely left the cut strip. Very well judged. Catch. Fantastic effort off her own bowling. Keeps it down to a dot. Very, very good over for the Steelbacks. A couple of good ones in a row now for the hosts. 205 for 6. 13 overs to go.
Just looking at the game at the Knoll, looks like they could be in for a thrilling finish in Neath. Sussex 223 for 8 after 46 overs. They need 15 runs from the remaining 24 deliveries. Gemma Porter single-handedly bringing Glamorgan back into contention there.
Yeah, huge scalp against the other team that's about to go pro.
And a Glamorgan side with 3 Tier 1 loanees as well. Completely agree. Kent also not doing too badly in Canterbury. 205 for 3 after 33 overs. Rachel King is on 85.
Shuffles down muscles it down to deep mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. Just one sign of aggression, and a little sign of frustration, I think, from Chisel. You can see, can't you, the Foxes batters are eyeing up that leg side. You've got a long on and a deep mid-wicket who is very, very straight. If you get that bottom hand involved on the angle, I mean, it's not going to matter from there because it's not landed. Fortunately, it went fine enough and straight to the fielder, but there is a huge gap, an enticing gap down on the leg side. So much so that that fielder has moved to a short mid-wicket as well. Can you create the angle? You can't there. It's gone straight up in the air, and a simple catch taken at long on. Anisha Patel gets the 7th wicket, gets the next wicket for the Foxes. It's Chisel who departs for 22 off 32, leaving Phillips in the middle with 9, 10 and 11 to go here for the Foxes, still needing 105.
Well, the last of the established batting all-round has also gone there. Chisel goes. Anisha Patel, she's bowled really well, hasn't she? 2 for 27 from 5.4 overs. Giving it plenty of flight. Very brave and confident leg spin bowling. I know a couple haven't quite landed how she would have intended. It's been one of those days where even those deliveries haven't really been punished to the extent where in another game there may have been. Certainly backing herself here to do the damage and see to an end the hopes of Leicestershire chasing down this total. 105 from AC with only 3 wickets remaining. It's quite the task here for the visitors, as Indira Singh comes out to bat at number 9. And against 2 bowlers who have been a very handy combination in Patel and Marriott. Imagine we may just see them bowl out their spells together. Really apply the pressure. Crease required run rates as much as possible.
Yeah, what's Viles Viz saying at this stage of the game? What percentage are you giving either side? It was 50-50 at drinks, wasn't it? 11 overs ago. There is that big gap on the leg side. What a way to get off the mark. Dragged down from Patel, slapped away through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, I think when it comes to those kind of win percentages at this stage, you'd probably say Northamptonshire between 70 and 75% with 3 wickets remaining. You never know. We've just seen a 50-run partnership at Denby for the final wicket. So one partnership can drag Leicestershire back into contention, but equally one more wicket within the next couple of overs. And it does appear as though it will be Northamptonshire who get the victory today. Excellent over that for Northamptonshire. Patel getting the big wicket of Chisel. Leicestershire 211 for 7. Just an update as well from Neath. Sussex now need just 5 on the remaining 3 overs. Poppy Tulloch has just hit a boundary off the bowling of Katie Cobb, so that would be a big win for the Sharks.
Would indeed. That quite a run rate here. Creeping up towards 8 runs and over. 2 wickets now for Anisha Patel. Lenny Sims continues. She's got 3 overs left. 1 for 39 so far for the off spinner. 2 out on the leg side, 1 on the off. That's going to evade everybody. That's going to be 4. What a shot that is. Springing onto the back foot. Powerfully punching that through the offside with the bottom hands. 4 runs. Beautiful.
Yeah, really was an outstanding shot by Ellie Phillips. timed it and placed it very, very well.
Almost feels at this stage, Ellie Phillips seeing here just an opportunity to try something. Be brave, maybe. I mean, the odds of batting through these 13 overs and then getting close feels unlikely. That square of the wicket should be cut off, and is this time. But actually, you go out here and risk your hand. 50 off 25. 50 off 20. 40 off 20. With a couple of wickets to go, could make a huge difference for the momentum of this game. Nicely bowled. Bit of fortune for the Foxes. That's going to be a long chase. Liz Russell, who's definitely coming second in this one. 4 more good over this for the Foxes. Bottom edge once again. Will just be one this time. Great over for the Foxes. 10 runs from it. 220 for 7. 12 overs to go in the run chase.
Update from the Knoll. Sussex have beaten Glamorgan by 2 wickets. Anna Buckle scoring the winning boundary in the 48th over. Really, really good win that for the Southern outfit. Difficult place to go is Neath, especially against a very strong Glamorgan side. So 2 results already coming today. Worcestershire and Glamorgan victorious. Still very much a tense affair in Canterbury. Kent 221 for 3 as Rachel King inches ever closer to a century. Elsa Barnfather has also brought up a 50. So the requirement there, 86 of 14.3 overs.
Anisha Patel continues. Still that massive gap out on the leg side. Tries to be targeted. Just gets it over the head of Beth Ascott. Short mid-wicket. Still a very aggressive field for Anisha Patel. But you have to back yourself to bowl that right line and right length. More so the length. That's the perfect length. Anything short just sits up, doesn't it, and asks to be cross-batted down towards that huge gap at deep mid-wicket. Full toss. Singh misses out. The eyes lit up. Through the kitchen sink at it. 2-2-4 for 7. Ascot's just pushed a bit deeper. Still inside that circle, but significantly further out than where she was. Almost got 2 fielders in a line down there on the leg side. That is short. Attempted pull shot. Can't connect, and Robinson shies. Wide signalled by the umpire. Excellent end to the over. Steelbacks still on top here. 2-2-7 for 7. 11 overs to go. 86. 85 runs required. In the final 66. Fox is still there.
Well, they are. And 7.7 runs per over isn't the issue here, is it really, for Leicestershire? It's those 7 wickets. If they were 4 or 5 at this stage, you'd say that they were firmly in the driver's seat, given the fact that there's still 11 overs to get those final 85 runs. But the issue has been the partnerships have been brought to a halt at precisely the wrong times. They've been just before it's reached 50 or just after. It hasn't been that same degree of partnership building compared to what Northamptonshire were able to pull off in the first innings.
Yeah, well, might be a bit more of a scoring opportunity as the Steelbacks turn back to their pace-on options with Mabel Reid having a change of ends here. 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 28 in that opening spell in the power play. Goes pace off to start with, beats the dive at point, and it's going to be 4 straight away. Now, this is the risk, isn't it? He had 2 overs left for Lenny Sims. Could you have bowled the off spinner out? Tried to put the pressure on. Marriott's got 4 overs left, going at just over 4s. Certainly sometimes run the risk of having too many options, don't you? And with the injury to Phillips earlier on in this game, in this innings, the Steelbacks have used 8 bowlers in this second innings. So trying to, I mean, the one thing that you're not doing is not scrabbling around to work out who needs to bowl the last over, because you've got the options. However, trying to settle on the bowling changes or the partnerships at the right time, and should you do this, should you do that, then becomes that little bit more trickier because of the volume of options you've got. I don't know, how do you see this? Do you see this as the right move to bring pace back on? Would you have kept Sims going with 2 overs left?
Well, personally speaking, Dan, I probably would have. I would have brought pace on, but it would have been Gemma Marriott, just because of how well she's bowled. And again, it's one of those where you can see the logic in holding her back, just in case there are a few overs at the death that you need from her. But this is the partnership now. If you can break this, you've got a very good chance of winning the game.
Cut away, 4 more. That very, very productive area on the offside continues to be utilised by the Foxes.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because just looking at the wagon wheel, 61 of the runs have come courtesy of point and backward point. 51 through the covers as well. So plenty of runs through the offside. Good chunk through mid-wicket as well. 41 and counting.
Good change of pace from Reed that time. I think it's a bowl. You want that bowler with a bit of consistency, don't you, at this stage? Whoever it might be, just want somebody that you can rely on. All those 6 deliveries, ones that you can set the field to.
So 40 overs have gone. 60 deliveries remain for Leicestershire to try and get these 75 runs. As for Northamptonshire, they'll be hoping to break this partnership, get those final 2 wickets rather quickly. Anisha Patel just setting her field here. Fielder at deep forward mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep point. Long on. That one short, down the leg side and swiveled away for 4. It's not the delivery to this field by Patel. Maybe for the first time in a while, the pressure just beginning to tell here for Northamptonshire. Indira Singh and Ellie Phillips putting together a very handy partnership here for the 8th wicket. Singh again goes aerial. Just 1 through mid-wicket. Equation now 70 from 58. The required rate 7.2. Full toss, swept away for 4. Amelia Kemp couldn't make the distance from deep backward square to deep square leg. The pressure really now on the Northamptonshire captain. It's been a very expensive start to the 41st over. Still plenty of work to do though for Leicestershire. 2 quick wickets with 40 or 50 runs still on the board. You'd say Northamptonshire would firmly be in contention for the win. It's up to these 2. Only Emma Thatcher and April Harathgate remain should another wicket fall. Better by Anisha Patel. Something else to be mindful of here is the cut-off time. So that is for the 50th over to start being bowled. 17:33 local time. That's only 25 minutes away. Whether or not that may be adjusted as a result of the earlier injury to Ella Phillips, we'll find out in due course, but it isn't. And this game does go deep. Northamptonshire could have an extra fielder forced inside the circle at the business end of the run chase. Maybe a chance at the non-striker's end. Phillips scarpers through. End of an eventful 41st over. Leicestershire 247 for 7. Phillips on 19. Indira Singh on 22 from 13. And it will be a return for Lenny Sims. Dan alluded to it. Just the one over for Mabel Reid from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Patel going back to her off spinner. The boundary riders firmly on the leg side. Wide long on. Deep mid wicket, deep square. Protection out at deep cover as well.
Fascinating bit of captaincy, that. One over for Reid, which was expensive. Unless it's a case of balancing the books to make sure that you can have Marriott bowl from one end.
Just falls short of Anisha Patel. Well, these are 11 key deliveries. As far as both sides are concerned, can Sims provide the breakthrough? Not with that delivery. Should just be a single. Will indeed remain a single. Michaela Kirk on the ball in a flash. Ball just evades Anisha Patel. Down there at cover. One more run for Leicestershire. Equation now 63 from 50. It's not impossible, is it, Dan?
Hanging in there, which is excellent. Taking this down to the wire. Everybody watching here in the ground and tuning into the live stream. In for a thrilling finish between these two in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Results still possible. All three results still possible.
That one is up in the air. Takes a couple of bounces towards Gemma Marriott. Another single added. Well, the key here, at some point, pace will have to be put on the ball. Because Sims has only got one over after this. Yep. Anisha Patel only has 2. And there is no Ella Phillips to fall back on. On the reverse goes Singh. Comes off the gloves of Chloe Hill. Just a little bit of a twirl there, trying to find the ball. End of over number 42. And Leicestershire 250 for 7. 62 runs. Separates them from victory. 3 wickets. That's what Northamptonshire so desperately desire.
Yeah, you're right. You're going to have to bring pace back at some point. You've got two more from Anisha Patel, although she's going to take herself out the attack and bring Gemma Marriott back. Change of ends. She's going to be coming in from the David Capel end. Gemma Marriott can bowl through now with those 4 overs remaining from the David Capel end. Keep her up to the stumps. One more from Sims, who I would expect will bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I'd then be very tempted to have 2 more from Anisha Patel. And then you just have to find an over from Mabel Reed, Beth Robinson, Liz Russell, Amelia Kemp. But all four of those seamers have struggled with their control, haven't they, in this innings so far?
Here is Marriott then. Starts off with a dot ball. Yeah, just looking at the economy rate, you'd probably make the argument for Amelia Kemp. 1 for 20 from her 4 overs. Ethan Robinson, 1 for 27 from her 4, so she's gone at 6.75. Mabel Reed, 6.33. Liz Russell at 8.25. Very full. Brilliant stop by Lenny Sims at backward point.
Very, very good. Just when you needed an excellent piece of fielding at backward point, the area of the ground that so many runs have been scored, Sims pulls out a bit of a masterclass.
It's a great save, isn't it? If it was football. Excellent save in this game as well. Save 3. But Singh back on strike, though. Whips it away. Out to square leg for 1. Nice delivery by Gemma Marriott. Still plenty of encouragement and support from the Steelbacks fielders. They know one more wicket. The game is back in their hands. The way that Gemma Marriott has bowled today, I do feel as though it's likely to come from her seam.
Yeah, I mean, we said that in order for the Steelbacks to win, they would need to bowl the Foxes out in this run chase. Don't necessarily think that's the case now, is it? They can bowl dry, and Marriott is going to be the one to lead that. I think by nature of bowling dry and frustrating the Foxes, they probably will end up bowling the Foxes out if they're able to do that.
Flayed away by Phillips. Through point for 1.
But she's had an excellent day with bat and ball. So at this stage of the game, it's 7 overs to go. Just need everything to be of the highest standard for the Steelbacks. Take that bit of extra time with the ball down on the boundary rope. Make sure you get in behind it. Make sure it doesn't beat you and make its way over the rope.
Just an update from Canterbury as well, Dan, just quickly. 10 overs remain in that game between Middlesex and Kent. Kent are 246 for 4, so 60. That is the requirement from the final 10. Rachel King has brought up a century as well. Carved away. Square of the wicket. Should just be 1. Dare I say that Northamptonshire won't mind a couple of singles every over?
No, I think they're the kind of shots out to the boundary that the Foxes need to be putting those fielders under pressure. They didn't really look for the second, did they? Probably should have committed to it at this stage. Again, those kind of moments with that ball running its way across the outfield, make sure that you've got something to back your hands up. Make sure those throws hit the keeper's gloves and they don't go over the top or left or right. Make sure it's a sensible return back to the bowler. If that's the way you're going, it's got to be clinical.
Phillips pulls that through mid-wicket for one more. All comes down to concentration levels, doesn't it?
Yeah, Marriott in particular there, highlighting exactly what's needed, covering that ground to back up Michaela Kirk, who does the fielding.
Once again, this time, ball out to deep square for one more. 50 partnership up between Phillips and Singh. Maybe I'll hear a few ripples of applause. I think they were predominantly coming from the Leicestershire players out on the balcony, watching every delivery with intent. Great end to the over. And indeed, the spell from Lenny Simms finishes with 1 for 56 from her 10 overs. Some crucial dot balls towards the latter stages of the innings as well. But for Leicestershire, they have seen out one of the real danger weapons the Steelbacks possess. But that required run rate now up to 9.2.
Yeah, it's a significant uphill task from now, isn't it? For the Foxes, be one of the biggest partnerships of their innings between the pair of them. 6 overs to go. Where do the boundaries come from?
So some last-minute tinkering here. Singh on strike. Beth Ascot goes to fine leg. Bethan Robinson down to deep third. Quick single taken by Singh.
Looks like the Steelbacks in Guildford. Wrong side of a result against Surrey. Surrey need 12 runs from 55 deliveries. 243 for 3, chasing down 255. Couple of wickets for Rob Keogh, 1 for Gus Miller.
Short again. Well taken by Chloe Hill. Goes back to what you said earlier, Dan. At this stage, those dot balls, they add up. Doesn't necessarily have to be that wicket-taking delivery if you can just apply that pressure by bowling dry, stifling the run scoring. One more to the total. Good stop by Lenny Simms at point. Edged just beyond Hill. Protection is down there though. Robinson throws it back in.
Yeah, well tidied up by Chloe Hill in the end. Bit of a wild throw, an unnecessarily wild throw back into the keeper at that stage. But good bit of fielding nonetheless. 51 off 32. Is there a twist? Do the Foxes pack the power to go at 10s?
There won't be a boundary there. Lenny Sims yet again providing a decent stop at backward points. So as we suspected, it will be Anisha Patel. A continuation of spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end, replacing Lenny Sims. Leicestershire 261 for 7. 5 overs remain. The required run rate now 10.2 runs per over. And this is why that quickfire 40 from Gemma Marriott could prove to be the decisive factor in the game. That's up in the air. Kind of just bobbles down to the aforementioned Marriott, who hits the stumps as well and gets the run outs. An exceptional bit of fielding by Gemma Marriott. Sees the back of Indira Singh. Well, she has had an unbelievable day with the bats, with the ball, now in the field. Gemma Marriott, what a game she has had.
Yeah, I said a while ago, didn't I, that Amelia Kemp will write the headline. But Gemma Marriott needs to fill a lot of the article because she has been exceptionally good today. For a number of 40, a score of 40, fine, but 40 off 18. In the context of the game, the timing of it, the wickets that she's taken, the 2 massive wickets at that time, and then that dead-eye run out. And there were run-outs on it both. And completes the job.
A valiant effort from Anisha Patel, who sees the funny side in that one. Making all sorts happen. Phillips now looks to sweep that one away, just for 1. Plenty of flight there from Patel. Worked away through square leg for one. End of the over. 4 remain. This Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup League 2 encounter between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. Visitors 265 for 8. And if the Foxes are to emerge victorious here at the Cinch County Ground, feels as though everything lies on the shoulders of Ellie Phillips. She's currently 30 unbeaten from 43. Emma Thatcher, Leicestershire number 10, on 1. Stage, though, it just doesn't feel as though Gemma Marriott's going to offer you anything. There isn't that 20-22 run over in the locker. Phillips, the batter on strike. That's a very good start as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Should at least be 2. Picks up the pace. Extra degree of velocity. Takes it away for 4.
That baked outfield working once again in the favour of the batter. Just skips away down towards the heavy sweep here at the Cinch County Ground. As you say, I don't think Marriott's going to give you huge amounts of opportunities to score. This is going to be down on Phillips to get creative. Can she get Marriott off her length?
It's another lovely shot, and I think that's going to go for 4. Indeed it will. Lisa dive of mid-on. Back-to-back boundaries to start the 47th.
That's what the Foxes need. Phillips has got to keep going. Need at least another couple of boundaries from these final 4 deliveries just to stay in this game. What's she eyeing up as the next option? That shot over cover is on again.
There was a change in the field, wasn't there? Bethan Robinson comes up to 3rd from deep 3rd, and mid-on pushed back to long on. Pace taken off ever so slightly, just evades Anisha Patel. 4 more.
Yeah, diving effort from the skipper. Couldn't cut it off. Good over for the Foxes. Excellent from Phillips. She was sensationally good in the power play at the start of this game. She got something sensational in the locker to bookend this performance against the Steelbacks.
Patel just having a word with Marriott here. Has dented the bowling figures a little bit this over up until this point. Marriott was very miserly indeed. This feels like the game though, doesn't it? The wicket of Phillips. It will take something almost Herculean to get Leicestershire over the line. Some more boundaries will make it interesting. Up in the air, off the leading edge. Couple of bounces. Goes to Patel for 1. Tell you what, it's been a very entertaining game of cricket, this. It's had plenty of ebbs and flows. Both sides have been on top at certain stages. Could be in for an exciting finish, providing that Ellie Phillips is back on strike for the next over. All Thatcher needs to do here, either survive or score 2.
.34 off 3.
Well, the key here, does Phillips back herself against the leg spin of Anisha Patel? We shall find out now. Goes for the big shot. Cracks it through the covers. Well stopped by Amelia Kemp. Will just be a single.
I don't think she's got the right to discriminate against the style of bowling. I think she just has to go. I was very surprised on that one that they didn't come back for 2. But that's the perfect result for the Steelbacks here. Now with the number 10 on strike. A mini squeeze. If the number 10 wants to take the leg spinner on, then fair enough, but you want to try and keep Thatcher on strike.
Well, they can't quite do that. She hares down to the non-strikers. Phillips back on. 12 runs per over now for Leicestershire. Phillips on 44 from 49. A real warrior's knock, this. Makes some room, slashes it away through the covers. Only get one more. And even though it's a single scored, you'll see a jump in that required rate. It goes up 0.4 runs per over, even off the single. 15 balls remain to get 31. Northam's looking to restrict and potentially get 1 or 2 more wickets. Swept away. Protection out there. A deep backward square. Well picked up by Liz Russell. 1 more. And still that rate climbs.
Yeah, it's been a good over here from the skipper, isn't it? Not conceding a boundary yet. Back over to Phillips, though. 282 for 8.
She just looks over her shoulder. Will she go for the sweep? Making room. Decides instead to go down the ground. It splits the gap between 2 fielders and goes for 4. Almost a nasty collision there between Lenny Sims and Mabel Reid. The eventual outcome is 4 more for Ellie Phillips, who moves on to 49 from 51. And surely here, just looking for a single. Get yourself back on strike for these final 12 deliveries.
It was powerful, wasn't it? From Phillips. Perfectly placed to split those 2 fielders. I mean, there's barely a gap between the pair of them. Both of them throwing themselves towards the ball. 4 runs. 4 handy runs.
Smart batting as well. Little bit surprised that Patel didn't bring in an extra fielder or 2 there. And that will round out her day's work. 2 for 60 is what the Northamptonshire captain finishes on from her 10 overs. We have got an excellent finish on our hands here.
50 up as well.
Of course, yeah. 50 from 52.
I thought you'd have got my number there from the basketball referee.
Well, of course, it was a very muted celebration, that, for Ellie Phillips, and you can see why, at this stage, it's not about individual milestones. As brilliant as this 50 has been, she wants to be the match winner now. If she can finish on 65, 70 unbeaten, get her side across the line, I mean, that will be a terrific effort.
So it's Marriott, and then one more. Where does Anisha Patel look for the final over? If it goes that far, do you go Reed? Do you go Robinson? Do you go Kemp? Do you go Russell? So we said earlier, none of them have particularly shone with the ball today. They'll all have risks associated. Russell, the experience, maybe the slower, the one with maybe more control, but it's been the most expensive.
Marriott to Phillips, there's a huge appeal for caught behind. Chloe Hill is practically pleading with the standing umpire. Nothing given.
Great take. Great bit of glove work. Great take. Not convinced Steelbacks are in the business of trying to con the umpire into a decision.
Even so, it's a dot ball, isn't it? They're just as valuable at this stage. Marriott shorts. Chance. Or not a chance. He's gone over the top of the fielder. Will take a couple of bounces. It's 4. Initially thought that maybe just popped up a little bit more than it did. And instead, it loops over the top of mid-off. Goes for 4. Great innings this from Ellie Phillips. A runnable 54. Coming in at number 8. Yet more tinkering, more alterations. This game is far from finished. 21 from 10. But everything relies on Ellie Phillips. Can Marriott finally bring this wonderful innings to an end? Quick single taken, scampers through.
Can she bring this over to an end, and how much can she leave for whoever Anisha Patel throws the ball to? It's a real struggle. I genuinely don't know. I'd be tempted to go Amelia Kemp. Her day, high on confidence, throw the ball to the Centurion. I don't think I'd go Bethan Robinson. I don't think I'd go Mabel Reed. Just that experience of Russell, how important could that be?
Experienced and has the ability to just take pace off. We're at this stage of the game where it's almost a fire sale. Everything has to go. Could be very valuable. Thatcher has to run this. And Lenny Sims opts not to throw towards the non-strikers. Then there was no protection backing up.
No, smart decision, sensible cricket. I think you potentially could have afforded yourself a shy if one of those two fielders down on that leg side boundary had reacted, because couldn't see the benefit of the Foxes coming back for 2.
No, absolutely not. Marriott again. Phillips goes inventive and gets bowled. Gemma Marriott keeps her cool at the death. And dare I say, that could well be the game. Ellie Phillips has played a tremendous hand there, scoring 55, coming in at number 8 when her side looked dead and buried. And she gave them a slither, a glimmer of hope towards the business end of the run chase. But just went a little bit too inventive. There was no protection down towards either deep fine leg or long leg. The shot was on against Gemma Marriott. The danger against a stump-to-stump bowler is that it clatters into the timber. Ellie Phillips gets applauded richly off the field of play. Leicestershire 293 for 9.
Massive moment, wasn't it? Out of character in the innings as well from Phillips. Hadn't really seen her rehearse, hadn't seen her play that shot. Premeditated, obviously, you have to premeditate those kind of shots. Did Marriott spot it? Was she able to push it any fuller or change the line to adapt to Phillips? She's been so strong down the ground. The psyche of cricketers is a fascinating view, particularly when you're not out in the middle. Well, 1 wicket to go for the Steelbacks. And a very unlikely run chase now for the Foxes with 1 wicket remaining. I think it's going to be Bethan Robinson to bowl the last over, looking at what I can see out of the commentary box window.
Just out of interest, I would like to know if they will have to have an extra fielder in the circle. Here is Marriott then. Harathgate, it's up in the air. It's just over the top of Lenny Sims. This could go for 4. It will go for 4. Manisha Patel can't quite get there. Just waiting to see, because the cut-off time, according to our scoreboard in the ground, was 20 to 6. It has surpassed that. 15, that is the equation. And April Harathgate, how about that for a number 11, striking at 400?
Yeah, found the middle of the bat. Rewarded. This outfield, pacey. So it's 15 runs for Bethan Robinson to defend off the final over, with the Foxes 10 and 11 in the middle. Who's under the most pressure?
Oh, I'd still say the batters. 15 as a bowler, you'd back yourself. You really would. And there is protection. There's protection down to long leg as well as deep third. However, this was the problem. There is going to be a fielding restriction. So instead of 4 fielders being allowed outside of the 25-yard circle, it will just be 3, because the Steelbacks missed the cut-off. Now, of course, having missed that cut-off time, you have got those extra seconds for the discussion. Michaela Kirk, Anisha Patel just having a word with their young seam bowler, making sure the plans are correct. There has been practically a wholesale change in the field there. Long leg is brought up into the circle. Deep points is now out in play. Bethan Robinson is ready to bowl. Here we go then for the 50th and final over. This exhilarating game of 50-over cricket. Robinson it is, bowling to Emma Thatcher. Thatcher tries to go big, gets some bat on it. And Harathgate sprints home for 1. 14 needed off 5. Robinson very full. Hacked away by Harathgate. Just another single. 13 off 4. Robinson just gathering at the top of her mark. Here she is against Thatcher. Thatcher can't get the desired impact on the ball. Trio of singles. The 300 comes up. At this stage, the Foxes need boundaries. 3-4s would win the game, but they have got no margin for error. Only 3 illegal deliveries left. Can Harathgate produce something heroic? Goes big, edged away. It's going to run away for 4. 8 from 2. Fortune favours the brave.
Prolific scoring zone for a number 10 and a number 11, isn't it? The thick outside edge that flies past the keeper. Deep third, very, very wide. But I don't even know if they were much finer, it would have made a huge difference. 4 off 2, the Foxes are still alive. Bit of pressure back on Robinson. Keep that front foot behind the line, keep it straight, keep it in play. Land it.
Absolutely. Here she is then, bowling to Harathgate again. Harathgate has got it over the top of the infield. This could go for 4. It will go for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. The equation now 4 to win with 1 delivery left. We are going the distance here at the Cinch County ground. What a shot that was from Harathgate.
Yeah, picked it up on a length. Premeditated that Robinson was going to go pace on and straight. And got enough bat on it to get it over those 2 fielders there on the leg side. And as we've said all day long, once it gets past them, there is absolutely no stopping that at all. Hindsight's wonderful, at least that's what they tell you. But I'm quite shocked that they didn't have that protection out square on the leg side, particularly with the pace of Robinson, particularly with that natural length of being slightly shorter, slightly back of a length. Obviously that traditional tail end heave across the line. But the game is on. Boundary wins it for the Foxes. It's hard to see a 3 for a tie, but all 3 results very much on.
Completely agree. You never know, though. If it comes down to one of those slightly longer pockets, could be a 3. Here we go, then. Deep points, deep third, deep square leg. They are the 3 fielders. And, of course, let's not forget, if Northampton would have reached the cut-off, they could have had some additional protection. How costly could that be? Here we go, then. It's Bethan Robinson with ball in hand. April Harathgate at the striker's ends. Robinson bowls. Harathgate gets it over the top. Will this go all the way for 4? No, it won't. It's going down towards the pockets at wide long off. Reed will collect it, throws it back towards the non-striker's ends, and Harathgate gets home. And staggeringly, we are going to have a tie. Leicestershire reached 311 for 9. April Harathgate, the Foxes number 11, finishes 16 not out from 5 deliveries. And after 100 overs, there is nothing to separate Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. What an extraordinary game of cricket we've been treated to here at the Cinch County grounds. And that is quite a staggering effort from the Foxes to walk away with something here in Northampton today. Dan Jadzovic talked me through the chaos that we've seen in those final 5 overs.
I'm struggling to break that down. You'd have had all your money on the Steelbacks for a long time in this run chase. Ellie Phillips, 55 or 56, was exceptional to get the Foxes close, but left a lot to do. As you say, the number 11, Harathgate, strides out to the middle. Bit of fortune with that thick outside edge to get the flurry of runs flowing, but 16 off 5. Steelbacks will look back. The tardiness, losing that extra fielder out on the rope, proving very, very costly. But yeah, Metro Bank One Day Cup well and truly in action. 622 runs scored here at the Cinch County grounds, here between the Steelbacks and the Foxes, Mr. Viles. But an excellent game of cricket, a very fun end to come away with a tie. Congratulations to both sets of players. Great 100 from Amelia Kemp. Brilliant performance from Gemma Marriott. Rebecca Brooker, Ellie Phillips as well. Superb with the bat for the Foxes. Good game of cricket all round.
Certainly was. Feels like a massive missed opportunity though, doesn't it, for Northamptonshire? It's one which they'll reflect on as 2 points lost as opposed to 2 points gained, which is precisely what Rebecca Brooker and that captaincy group in the Leicestershire Foxes dressing room will be seeing this as. So a reminder of the final results here at the Cinch County ground. Northamptonshire finished 311 for 8 from their 50 overs. In response, the Foxes of Leicestershire finished 311 for 9. It ends as a tie here in Northampton. And on that note, we shall wrap up our coverage for the game. On behalf of myself, Aaron Viles, Dan Jadzovic alongside me here in the commentary box, and everybody associated with Steelbacks TV, we hope you've enjoyed that game as much as we have. And we'll see you later this week as the Steelbacks return to action in the men's Metro Bank One Day Cup.